Good morning, members of council and staff, and welcome to this special meeting of Regional Council on Thursday, January 25th. I'll call the meeting to order. The region of Durham exists on lands that the Mississauga and Anishinaabeg inhabited for thousands of years prior to European colonization. These lands are the traditional and treaty territories of the nations covered under the Williams Treaty, including the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation, Hiawatha First Nation, Curve Lake First Nation, Chippewa Nations of Georgina, Inam, Beausoleil, and Rama. We honor and recognize and respect these Indigenous peoples as rights holders and stewards of the lands and waters in which we have the privilege to live. In our efforts towards reconciliation, we continue to build and strengthen relationships with First Nations, as well as a large Métis and community and growing Inuit community here in Durham. We're committed to learning from Indigenous values, knowledge, building opportunities for collaboration, recognizing that we are all connected. Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to call a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay. Okay. Declarations of pecuniary interests. I see none online. Good morning, members of council. Thank you for attending today's special meeting of council to provide direction on Durham Region's 2025 strategic plan. Strategic planning is a critical component for all organizations, and in Durham Region provides us with the framework to guide our programs and services. Today we will discuss important issues with our community and how we as a council can make positive impact over the next few years. Although we are sitting in council chambers today, it should be a less formal meeting, and we appreciate we are participating in a workshop. I encourage you to engage in the dialogue and ask for questions of our facilitator. And as a reminder, this is an open meeting and it is being live streamed. I will now turn it over to Sandra Austin, the Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives, for additional comments and to introduce our facilitator for the day. Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning, Chair Henry. Thanks very much for those opening remarks and welcome everyone. Just a very couple quick notes before we get started. There are refreshments in the back. Please help yourselves. And lunch will be provided at noon, and we'll take a full hour break until 1 o'clock. So once again, thank you for your time and your commitment to help develop the Region's 2025 strategic plan. There we go. Speaker on, speaker off. I'm not touching it, Roger. I wanted to thank department heads, commissioners for being here with us today and their representatives. They're able to answer questions that you might have about their respective areas of expertise and their insight and interest in the strategic planning process. So they will be available and contributing with you through the breakout sessions. So the strategic plan is our guiding document. It really helps us develop, deliver service excellence through leadership, through collaboration, through innovation, and our commitments to environmental stewardship. So before we move into today's session, I would like to invite our CIO, Elaine Baxter-Traher, to take a couple of moments to provide some reflections on the current 2020 to 2024 strategic plan, just so we have a bit of a sense of kind of where we're starting from at this point. Elaine?
Thank you very much, Sandra. So with every strategic planning exercise, it is important to reflect on our current status and what we've achieved today on the existing plan before we discuss where we want to go next. So in preparation for today's session, a copy of our 2020 to 2024 Durham Region Strategic Plan's key accomplishments was shared with members of council in December. If we could go to the next slide, please. The plan enabled us to make significant advancements in all 5 goal areas, and I would like to highlight some of our key accomplishments. Next slide, please. With respect to environmental sustainability, we have advanced our commitment to environmental sustainability by continuing to implement our long-range plans and strategies, many of which, as you know, have won awards. We are extremely proud of the creation of Durham Green Homes program. This program provides residents with access to free expert energy retrofit coaches. We were the first in Canada to feature partnerships with community-based financial institutions to offer energy retrofit financial services. And since the program launched in April 2022, more than 1,000 Durham Region residents across all 8 local area municipalities have signed up for the program. The program's deep retrofit stream has facilitated almost 60 projects that have resulted in an average greenhouse gas emission reduction of 62%. Of course, we heard, for those of us that were there last night, we heard that we do have a way to go with the number of households that we do have to transform over the coming years if we are to meet our targets. And last night, as many of you know, was the launch of Durham's Greener Buildings program. The new program will support voluntary energy use reporting and increase awareness and demand for energy efficiency improvements in the commercial, municipal, and institutional building sector. Our objective is to engage more than 1,000 buildings over 3 years and to develop a comprehensive platform to mobilize deep energy retrofits in the building sector. This work is important from an economic development and environmental sustainability perspective and is key to implementing the low carbon pathway that was approved by Regional Council in the Durham Community Energy Plan. I have to say, there's always work to do under all objectives, and in this case, we certainly continue to have a lot of work to do given the magnitude of change that's needed in the community, but also within the region itself. It's really important that this become a culture that permeates all departments and divisions. As we continue to renovate and build new structures ourselves, we have to keep an eye on what our goals are with respect to the climate emergency. Next slide, please. Community vitality. A number of initiatives have been completed to contribute to the development of strong neighborhoods and improve our safety and overall well-being. A key highlight over the last few years was the implementation of Durham Vision Zero, which is a strategy to reduce the number of preventable collisions on our roads. Key countermeasures included the installation of red light and automatic speed enforcement cameras, as well as the construction of roundabouts in place of traffic control signals. At the beginning of the strategic plan, we set a goal to reduce the number of collisions resulting in injuries or fatalities by 10%. And data from 2023 shows that we reduced the number of collisions by 23% in comparison to the baseline of 2019. Here we go. This is very material when you think 2023, we're pretty well in terms of traffic fully recovered from the pandemic, and yet we saw this reduction. So I think that's an impressive signal that our strategies are working. Next slide, please. I would also, again, like to acknowledge our health department's response to COVID-19, the pandemic. As of December 31st, 2028, over 1.8 million COVID-19 vaccinations have been administered in Durham. And this is an example of an action that was not specifically named in this strategic plan, but certainly within scope of our service delivery to support high quality of life for our residents. And I have to commend all of the other departments in the region because I think everybody did a lot of heavy lifting to get us through the pandemic. Next slide, please. Moving to the goal number 3, economic prosperity, there were various successful initiatives to help us build a stronger and resilient economy, including creating new opportunities for businesses and employment growth, innovation, and partnership. We're very proud to have launched the Ready, Set, Future, a place blueprint for Durham, the region's 5-year economic development and tourism strategy. Anchored by this plan, we are attracting and sustaining a talented workforce, creating vibrant downtowns, and advancing business innovations in our community. Through the annual Durham Region Business Count, we are pleased to report an increase of almost 10,000 jobs in 2023 in comparison to the previous year. And I think this is another division that must be commended for the activities that it undertook during the pandemic to keep businesses sustainable to the extent possible. Next slide, please. In goal number 4, Advancements were made in the area of social investment to ensure that our programs and services supported those who are in need. Many of the key initiatives listed on this slide have been in response to the need for affordable housing in Durham Region, and we continue to work towards our goal of ending chronic homelessness in our community. We know there is still a considerable amount of work to do to protect our most vulnerable residents in our community, and we expect that this theme will be prominent in the next strategic plan. Next slide, please. In our last goal, service excellence, we have advanced many initiatives to demonstrate our commitment to optimizing resources and partnerships to deliver quality services. We have continued to deliver exceptional quality services and value to our residents through Durham Region Transit, which provided 10.9 million revenue rides in 2023, returning to pre-pandemic ridership levels. Also in 2022, the Region of Durham launched the My Durham 311, which provides residents, businesses, and clients and visitors with access to non-emergency programs, services, and information provided by the region. We look forward to bringing our local municipalities on board. Some are already in the works, and I know in the case of Scugog, we're already in partnership there. In 2023 alone, My Durham 311 staff supported close to 153,000 calls, and this number is expected to increase dramatically as the public becomes more aware of the service. Next slide, please. We also have advanced numerous initiatives to demonstrate our commitment to continue quality improvement and organizational success, such as My Durham Water, which is the online portal for customers in Durham Region to conveniently access their billing information and communicate with the region. And next slide, please. We now have the opportunity to continue to communicate these program successes to the public. In March 2023, we brought the first Durham Region Strategic Plan Community Dashboard to Council. This public-facing dashboard shows our progress towards achieving our goals with updates on key performance measures and trends. We are currently collecting the data for 2023 and plan to bring an update to Council in the spring. Next slide, please. And this presentation is a quick snapshot of some of the key initiatives and achievements from the 2020 to 2024 strategic plan. For more information, I encourage you to visit the community dashboard as well as the region's year-end review reports, which are available on our website. And with that, I will turn it back to Sandra. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elaine. So Roger, you can just end that. Thank you very much. So like the current strategic plan, the 2025 plan will be informed by you, your input throughout this process, by the community through what we hear through all of the public engagement that we have planned, and of course through some staff conversations. Ultimately, the plan will be endorsed by Council. So in September 2023, staff shared the process to develop the 2025 strategic plan and the recommended governance structure. So thank you very much to Councillors Watton and Crawford for your ongoing participation in the Strategic Plan Advisory Group over these last several months, as well to our CAO and Commissioners Brian Bridgman and Dr. Robert Kyle for representing staff. We're very excited that we're sharing a little bit of a different approach to strategic planning this time around by applying a strategic foresight methodology. This really helps us to imagine and design possible and preferred futures. So this kind of approach is particularly useful when there are circumstances that are unpredictable. And so I think if there's one word that describes the past few years, unpredictable just might be it. So to help us with this, we've contracted with Kerr Smith Design. Helen Kerr and Nigel Smith are here with us today to help support this work. And just a bit about them, Kerr Smith Design is a multidisciplinary research and innovation studio specializing in foresight and design. And Helen and Nigel have over 25 years of strategic planning and strategic foresight experience. Helen currently teaches at OCAD University in the Strategic Foresight and Innovation Master of Design program, as well as at the University of Waterloo in the Futures of Cities program at both the undergraduate and graduate levels. Nigel Smith taught communication design at the Graduate School of Design at Harvard University for 7 years. As part of the Faculty of Architecture at the graduate school, his course covered a range of branding, information, organization, and presentation strategies. And so thanks for joining me and giving a warm welcome to Helen and Nigel today. So over the last several weeks, Kerr Smith Design has led members from the Strategic Plan Steering Committee, as well as the advisory group, through all of the required preparations for us to be prepared to bring you together as council today. We were pleased to share with you a variety of documents that you received in preparation for the meeting, the strategic foresight workshop summaries that members of the steering committee and advisory group participated in. These workshops were very useful in developing some of the content for today's session. And we also provided a community profile, which is a point-in-time view of Durham Region today. So this report was created using the most recent census data from Statistics Canada, as well as many of the region's recent strategies and reports, including the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, the Durham Region budget documents, health profiles, and technical reports from Planning and Economic Development. And you'll recall that many of these documents as well included significant portions of public education and public input. So we were able to roll all of that together into the community profile. And finally, we included a summary report of the responses from the councillors who responded to the online survey. So again, we used, in typical planning methodology, we used a bit of a survey to garner your initial thoughts and inputs to help us build this day. So 13 councillors responded to the survey. Thanks very much for your input. Following today's planning workshop, staff will take direction to advance this project planning. We'll continue to execute the engagement phase, which includes launching the community engagement and the consultation activities that will begin in March. We will develop a What We Heard report, which will be presented to committee in June of 2024, which will summarize all of the engagement completed between now and the spring. And the information will be used to draft the strategic plan by staff over summer and to bring forward those recommendations to council for your review and approval by the end of 2024. So as we get started today, I'd like you to please consider this to be an open dialogue. If there are things that come to mind that you wish to discuss, please let us know. But before I turn it over to Helen, I would like to invite Councillor Marilyn Crawford to say a brief introductory remark as one of your representatives throughout this process. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the team. It's been a very interesting process. I don't think I finished my homework from the last time, sorry. But I think the thing that I found almost amusing was we went through a number of sessions and talked about, wish lists and in idealistic worlds and all, what we want and all that stuff. And so then you came back and you put it on the board and we all went, no, that's not good. And so it's funny because I think even every single session, our minds have been changed as to what is a priority, which speaks to the world we're living in, right? If you look at the strategic plan from 5 years ago, we were talking about economic development, we're talking about all the really good things. And today we're talking housing, homelessness, avoiding another, COVID outbreak or another, whatever the next thing will happen. And it's like our focus has changed so dramatically over the last 5 years. And you know what's happening, but until you start digging into it, you don't really see it. So I really appreciate the process. I appreciate the time that you've spent with us. And I don't have nearly the eloquent speech that Elaine did, but I just want to say that it's been quite eye-opening to be part of this process.
Thanks very much, Councillor Crawford, for your comments. And I'd like to invite Helen now to lead us through the remainder of the agenda. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here and to meet all of you and to have this, I hope, robust conversation today to prepare you. Taking on a strategic plan is a big undertaking. It requires you to think forward in really structured ways, and I hope that today gives you the opportunity to give your input so that we can make the strategy even better. So I'm not writing it, I'm just facilitating the conversation. It's really yours to produce. So as we get going, I wanted to, let's see if can I go forward with this? No. There you go. So just to give you a quick overview of what we're going to do today, I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction to the idea of strategic foresight as a tool for developing a more robust forward-facing strategy. We're going to do some individual thinking about where you think things are going in the future. We're going to talk about a vision that you may have for where you want things to land. And those are important to have, whether they frame and give context to the strategy overall. And then this afternoon, we're going to spend some more time going into detail on those goals that I don't know what your official title is, the CAO gave us as the current goals that you've talked about and think are important, and to push them a little further into the future. So that's the work for today. It's very participatory. Some of it is individual, some of it is in groups, and we'll send you off into group work, both in this room and across the hall a little bit later on. Okay. So why think about the future, and why take a strategic foresight tack to do it? So if you think about it, your strategic plan, it lasts currently 5 years into the future, your previous one 5 years into the past. And as Councillor Crawford said, how much has changed since you set that document in motion? Some of you may have been here, some of you maybe weren't here. But in general, the world has changed dramatically. So let's just look at what has happened in the past 5 years. So essentially, what we used to think was unimaginable now is the reality that we're dealing with. So I'm going to give you a couple of quick points starting in 2019. So this is a picture, not here, in Australia, but we experienced fires here too, where they had... yeah. So the level of environmental damage, drought, and the case of widespread fires that forced evacuation was unthinkable. People talked about it as being apocalyptic in that time. So that's 2019. This is 2020, March 2020. You all know what that is. That's the beginning of COVID. And at that time, we all not overreacted, but extreme reacted in a necessary way. But we hadn't had a pandemic in the world that we responded to in that way for nearly 100 years. And suddenly it was massive. In 2020, also May, the Black Lives Matter movement spread around the globe, forcing people to think about how conditions were limiting people from participating effectively both in business and government, and generally the levels of racism around the world. In 2021, January, there was, some people would call it insurrection in the US. Unthinkable previously that somebody would storm the Capitol in the United States. In May 2021, unmarked graves of children who died in residential schools were discovered in Canada and then repeatedly uncovered across the nation. In June 2021, we began to have really serious supply chain issues, halting the production of autos around the world, but even here, right? So we weren't able to access the technical elements that we needed. In August 2021, we had massive refugee arrivals in Canada from Afghanistan because the US had extracted itself from Afghanistan, and there was a whole changeover in government, meaning people wanted to flee. And so the beginnings of these refugee movements really accelerated. In November 2021, on the other side of the country, there was massive flooding, and we had flooding here. And so our infrastructure was being assaulted, essentially. In January 2022, unexpectedly in Canada, we had never felt that we had the level of protest that we saw that shut down the main portion of Ottawa. And so public protest happening in a really big and disruptive way. In February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine, and so the consequences of the war in terms of food and people movement and the general alignment of people to a war situation was refocused, and it continues till today. In July 2022, there was a notification you can't see underneath, I guess you can see over on this side, that Canada ranks as one of the least affordable areas for housing in the world. And that's data from sort of international data. In June 2023, the January to June numbers of people who died from toxic overdoses skyrocketed, and that also has continued to increase as an after effect of some of the pandemic situation, but continues to this day. In November 2023, after again global unrest, particularly in Palestine and Israel, street protests in the city this is in Toronto, began to accelerate, and police services around all the regions has had to increase because it's a regular event now. December 2023, this is getting close to today, it was declared that 2023 had been the hottest year on record. And finally, in January 2024, that's this month, major disruption again of supply chains in the Red Sea, which is affecting businesses and their ability to either maintain prices of goods or actually produce the goods that they want. So that's a lot of change just in the time frame that you created your last, or you worked through your last strategic plan. So,
was there no good news in the last one?
Good thing that you asked.
Ready to stand on the line.
So good that you asked. So we can also imagine better. So it's important to think about the changes because those were unanticipated and they've become our normal now. But good things also happen. So one of the best things that happened is unprecedentedly, we produced a vaccine in a record amount of time that actually saved so many lives. And you here in the region were able to vaccinate people, prevent some of the major problems of COVID. So that's an incredible accomplishment from the medical field and has now influenced the development of medicine around the world. In Europe, for the first time in 2021, January 2021, they measured that more renewable energy had been used than fossil fuel-based energy, and so the transition to clean energy is really underway. And in this region, you are at the forefront of some of that. Also, in March 2021, the Right to Repair Act, which is not extremely widespread around the world, but is starting to become more widespread, means that you can have electronic goods and repair them, which hasn't happened in the past. You haven't had the right to do that. And so it's eliminating some of the e-waste that clogs up all your waste stream. In Oshawa, in April 2022, people started to move into their micro homes as a transition for homelessness as a way to build to more inclusion in society. It's an amazing accomplishment. ChatGPT was launched in November 2022. Some of you may say, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but on the good side, it's changing the way that information can be produced, particularly in innovation and medicine, health and well-being. So it has really good potential, but it needs to be looked at as a cautionary tale too, because it sometimes is used improperly. We received more immigrants to Canada in 2023 than at any time since 1957. And so again, that's an amazing inclusion of people around the world who really need to move or choose to move. There's a side piece to that, which is when those people come to Canada, how do we house them? How do we provide them with the services, and how do we integrate them into Canadian society? And then finally, in January, also this month, a devolution of rights to resources happened in the Northwest Territories, in Nunavut, sorry, and the signing of the rights as a beginning of a reconciliation process is underway. So great things have happened too. But the theme behind all of that is change. And so when you are thinking about what is going to come next, you need to think in that possibility of change headspace. Okay? And so when we produce a foresight, a strategic foresight process, we go through 3 key steps. The first one is to gather information about change. What is actually changing? So we want to have some understanding of that. And we've been working with your teams, and we want to know a little bit from you today as well about that. We want to find patterns in what is changing and is meaningful to your situation, right? So you might say, well, like all that stuff that you talked about, what has that got to do at all with, you know, the region of Durham? But I would say that there's direct consequences of some of those incidents or activities that play out on in your domain. So we want to find the patterns that make sense of it. The next thing, once we've got all that information, is we want to process the information into something that's useful. So we imagine what possible alternative futures might be, how things could go well or how things could go badly. And then we want to anticipate pathways from our present to that possible future, right? How could we get there? What's the future that we want and how could we get there? What's the future that we don't want and how might we get there? We need to do both. And then finally, we want to use the information effectively. So we want to explore what are the opportunities and threats that are relevant to you and your work. We want to envision and propose useful new strategies. And then ultimately, you want to stimulate innovation, new approaches to tackling those problems, and to provoke some change. So that's just generally how the work of strategic foresight is produced, and then it's linked to the strategic decisions that you make over time. And so we're partway through, we're about halfway through our work, trying to understand how to do this, and we'll continue to infuse the process as we go along. Make sense? Time for 1 or 2 questions if anybody wants to add one. Yes? And should I say yes or you say yes? I don't know.
So thank you for that, and this is perhaps a bit off topic. You're talking about engagement moving forward. I can tell you that Clarington on our strat plan had engagement that we had never seen before. So I'm really hopeful that we see the same across Durham region. I've been speaking with a couple of staff members. What will be the engagement at the staff level? So politicians come, politicians go, staff carry out the strat plan, and they have to have ownership and passion in this plan beyond a limited group of us. So can you describe how deep that engagement will be, so that we've got again a staff that are energized to do things that they have passion for?
It's so important, right? So the worst thing that we could possibly do is create a strategic plan that gets put on a shelf. So I'm going to let Sandra.
So I'm sorry. Putting on the shelf is different from. So I have every confidence that staff will do what we tell them to do.
Yes.
I want to get in front of putting it on the shelf and understand that they are fully, deeply engaged and invested in this.
Yep. I'm going to ask Sandra to talk to that. Or not? Do you want my...
There we go. I can figure it out. Thanks for the question, Mayor Foster. It's an excellent one. So we have engaged at the staff level, starting from the CAOs group that meets regularly. And so we gave a presentation to that group And each of the CAOs have connected us directly with the staff in your respective municipalities that are working on your strategic plans. There will be ongoing opportunities for that engagement as well. We're doing presentations at your respective councils, which of course your senior staff will be present at. They will be invited to additional community sessions. And then where it makes sense to have direct informative conversations, we've been doing that as well.
That fantastic, wonderful, great, Yep, and I mean that genuinely. So reaching out and integrating the lower tiers, but what about, when I say our, what about our folks here at Durham Region? What kind of a deep dive are you doing for our family right here?
The Durham Region Public?
No, so
Which family are we talking?
So staff,
Staff.
we've got, what, about 6,500, individuals that have got
For
frontline,
staff, okay.
frontline experience, knowledge
Yes.
that we as a council don't know. We can come up with wonderful ideas, and they're too polite to tell us ain't never going to work, but they will try to make it work. And you're the one who told me to be involved this morning, so.
Absolutely. I welcome
members
all of your
council, blame-
questions,
yeah,
Mayor
blame-
Foster.
blame Sandra. But how deeply are we getting Durham Region staff involved in this?
Yes, thank you, and my apologies for misunderstanding your question. Staff are engaged throughout the process, so we did initial canvassing of information to ensure that a lot of the excellent work that's been done over the past couple of years was reflected in the plan, so we're not going back and starting from scratch. We're taking all of that strong work that has been done and building that in. Staff are represented in every department through our strategic plan steering committee. So directors and managers. So for example, within the finance department, the manager of budget modernization plays a crucial role. The regional clerk plays a crucial role. We have staff again across the organization at various levels coming together on a pretty regular basis to participate in conversations and review and discussions, and they've had opportunities to have sessions with Helen as well. Staff will be invited to participate in focus groups at all levels through the organization, which is our key way of reaching a lot of frontline staff. Interviews, focus groups, and as well the survey. If they don't have time to participate in person, we do promote the public survey because many employees are also Durham Region residents, so we're collecting information that way. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sandra. And thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So as a professor, I taught a course in Canadian contemporary social issues and problems, and I developed a rational issue analysis tool. And one key part of it that often gets forgotten in these types of exercises, what I call downstream consequences.
Yes.
So you can make a decision, and you've looked at all the pluses and minuses, and you say, here we go. And then all of a sudden things come up that you hadn't thought of. So for instance, electric vehicles, terrific idea, but they're way, way heavier. So they're resulting in road tear and drastically reduced tire life and all that goes with that. So now you have to kind of hustle and come up with on-the-spot solutions. So is there a spot in our process where we can in fact drop in a section on downstream consequences? Once we make a decision, can we do a fail-safe? Can we do a check and make sure that we've considered what the potential outcomes are, good and bad?
That's a really good point. I think that's a really important part of any kind of strategic planning. We call it wind tunneling, where you look at the issue, see how it performs within a particular circumstance, and then find the extension of it or amplification of it going forward. So yes, I think that's a really great idea to make sure that it gets included. You may not be able to be predictive about it, but you can look at it in a holistic way to see how those problems might have larger consequences. I'll add to your point not only is it damaging the roads, we also don't have enough electrical engineers and electricians within this region or in Canada as a whole that, the decision to electrify has come before the fleshing out of adequate staffing to make sure that we can maintain it. So you're right, there are long-term consequences that are complicated.
And to be fair, when the gas-powered vehicle came out, instead of the horse, we didn't have enough gas stations either. So
Exactly.
anyway, that's just just like to see a section in there where there's that fail-safe to consider downstream
Yeah.
consequences.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Okay, I'm going to move us forward to the next step in this. So just to tell you where we're at now in the process of creating this strategy. So we've finished general knowledge gathering, so that part's done, and some planning. So a series of activities have already taken place, and now we're beginning the process of engagement. And so we are right here at the beginning, so that's engaging with you, and we will also be engaging with the public to get more information. So this is the sort of detailed layout of the process, and we're moving along. So we're not at the point of implementation yet. We are still gathering wider information. So in general, whenever we're talking about change, there's really three parts to that. You need to know where you're at now. You need to know where you want to get to, and you need to try and figure out an appropriate and effective pathway to get to that place. So the first exercise that I would like to do with you individually this time is for you to think about the current context. So what I'm asking you to think about, on your desk, you have sticky notes, not the notepad, the sticky notes, and you have black markers. And on the sticky notes with your black markers, what I'd like you to think about is how what you have heard is changing, right, in the region. So what emerging issues keep you up at night? That's the easiest way to think about it. And that doesn't mean it has to be bad. So it's not all doom and gloom, just to... So I want you to think about also, what are you excited about? What are you and your constituents really looking forward to into the future? Yep. Yeah. I'll just give you two questions. And then also, what you might be fearful or confused about. One concept per sticky note, please. And if you could use the dark black markers, because then we can see them easier. And so as you produce them, I'm going to ask Nigel and Andrea to just start to collect some of them from you, and we're going to stick them up on these flip charts. But I'll give you a few minutes individually to think about it and just write what comes to your mind. What issues keep you up at night? You think they're really big and important issues that are pointing to what's changing in the region. Yep, perfect, thank you. If you're not already, I'll ask you just to make sure you're doing it on the thank you, on the sticky note. Technology. Being. Do you have some?
That's the second question.
Yes.
And into the first question.
Yes, definitely. Sort of, it's housing and affordability.
I wish Mr. Chair might be Robbie Bernstein. Parking lot, and then we need to organize. Yeah. Should I get?
There's a whiteboard back there. Oh my goodness. I'll come back to this. This one is
Who's that progressive?
tell me the correct way to, thank you, to pronounce your name. Diaz? Diaz. Thank you. Nigel? Can,
Government change worldwide. We have a section here,
legislative changes.
adapting to government cuts and costs. Whole economic section.
Yeah, is, there's affordability over there. Okay, we are people still writing? You still have some thoughts? If not enough hands. There you go. Okay, so more.
Relevance.
There's some government-related stuff. Oh my goodness, I think we're going to need to reshuffle after the break. Yeah. Okay, so clearly you've been thinking, just generally, because there's some really good points up on the wall. Some are ones that we know because you hear about it on a daily basis. So people are worried about housing and affordability, homelessness, moving around the region, but some other unexpected things like concerns about how government runs on a large level, or the cost of development and sort of regional infrastructure growth. And so just in general, so our job, we're going to take these and cluster them a little bit further so that we understand them in much more detail. But I'm curious if any of you want to comment on the things that either keep you up because you're excited or keep you up because you're nervous about it. Does anybody want to comment on what they shared? Anybody?
Members of council, please push your buttons if you wish to speak. So oh, I'm not sure. Can we go to open mic? So go. Yeah. So, members of council, after we deal with this, the first person in the request box, your mics will be open, so remember to turn them off. And we'll try to, and before we have a lot of conversation, just put your hand up so I know who to go to, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor Schumer.
Okay, so does anybody want to share some of their thinking? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the items I put on there, and I think a number of other people did as well, was affordability.
Yes.
And
there are many.
you know, we've had some serious discussions at this council with respect to affordability, with respect to water rates, property taxes. And at this past week's Roma conference, one of the opening sessions was food insecurity. And they mentioned that food insecurity is a financial problem where people are having to make those decisions. What do I spend the money on? Do I spend the money on the rent, the property taxes, the utility bill versus food? And I think that's something to very much remember, because we're caught in a bit of a difficult spot, right? Rock in a hard place. We are trying to provide the services and the social services to many of our residents, but at the same time, there's a price to that.
Yes.
And we may be hurting people at the same time and causing it to be an affordability crisis. And we have to remember there's two sides to those difficult conversations.
Definitely. So that's really important. And you know, when we were doing some of our background research also, we recognize that it's an issue here, it's an issue across the country, but it affects you on a day-to-day basis here. Yep. Anybody else want to share? Yes?
Mayor Ash?
Yeah, there we go. My chief issue is housing affordability. We have a generation of young people. I have two 31-year-olds and a 28-year-old that in the near future have no prospect of owning a home. And I think that that lack of affordability for people that are working, making a good living, and still one lives at home and two of them are renting places, is a huge, huge challenge for us in terms of sense of community,
Yep.
Brain drain
Huge.
to smaller communities. I bought a condo and the parking spot cost more than what my parents paid for their first house. So in Bay Ridges. So it's a real issue. You look around this. I know a lot of the people are young adults as their kids that are in similar situations, and it's almost like they need a generational wealth to be able to help them out. So anyway, that's a significant issue. You talk about things that keep you up at night.
Yeah.
That's typically a negative thing rather than
Yes.
a positive thing.
Yes.
So
But you may be able to think a way through it that could have a positive, innovative approach, right? And so that's part of doing this work too. So you may identify that something is a critical issue that needs to be taken care of, but it doesn't mean that you only have to fret about it. You may be able to use your creative ability and your leadership to think about new ways to deal with those issues. Great.
Mayor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was a wonderful segue into, flipping the corner. So the optimism and what I worry about, where Durham Region is placed, the extreme growth in Durham Region, we've got an opportunity to create a community in many places, greenfields that don't exist anywhere else. And some of the planners are exceptionally excited about the ability to do stuff here without necessarily worrying about historic legacy infrastructure. I might have a little bit of a focus on the nuclear industry, the comment there. We're playing on a global stage. Isotopes and new medical treatments, things that are and can be created here and moving forward that other communities don't have the ability. We've got things that we can do that other communities can't. We look at what's going on at the university and the college and AI, and again, how Durham Region and the university and college are at the forefront of things that will driving the world. And as you're looking at AI, scary, but drugs, you pointed this out, drugs are coming to market far more quickly. Look at how quickly engineering on automotive things can be done with AI. If they could figure out airplane doors, this would be good on that. But there is this massive opportunity. all of the fears that we have, do we have the ability to create enough supportive housing in a changing world? So for some of us sitting on the nonprofit, what the nonprofit is doing around supportive and understanding that this is required, do we have the compassion and the ability to shelter the unsheltered and provide the services for them? So, things are changing in a negative way, but we can respond to them, and we've got an opportunity to do so in an incredibly positive way. So it keeps you awake, but maybe we should be kept more awake at night by not taking advantage of the opportunity. Are we getting washed away by this stuff, or can we take advantage of it all?
Good point.
Okay, Councillor Cook?
There we go. Good morning. I'll also volunteer a positive of what keeps me up at night. To Mayor Foster's point, the use of AI, people often use the word fear with AI, whereas I tend to embrace because of its potential. And we're very lucky within the region for the number of educational institutions we have that are embracing the use of artificial intelligence. It can be used for modeling to solve food insecurity, food production, consumption of power usage, natural gas, as a benefit to all, which reduces our carbon footprint, reduces taxes, takes away stress on infrastructure, all the things we're currently facing in Durham Region. And I don't think we've even begun to scratch the surface of the untapped potential there. When you look at utilizing artificial intelligence for predictive modeling on weather and climate control, preventing natural disasters, some of the things that you put up on the screen of reflective of the last 5 years, I'd like to see if we could look into the future with this opportunity. Where will we be through the use of artificial intelligence in 5 more years? Utilizing that for production of vaccinations. Modeling was associated with that development to get the Pfizers and AstraZenecas of the world to where they were. It wasn't just a whole bunch of people who stayed up late and worked harder. They worked smarter. And AI gives us the ability to work smarter within the region. So it makes me go to bed sometimes with my head spinning. Ooh, I have to try that tomorrow. I'm a big Chat GPT user because it makes me more productive. It makes me think in a different way. And those are the things that we can bring to our constituents that are new instead of, reliance on, the things that we've always done. Here's the opportunity to go, no, let's reshape this and reformat how we do things in a positive way by working smarter.
Totally. So regional government can become more efficient and more effective using technology. So you have to think about that as a possibility. But it does give people pause, right? And the concerns about privacy and concerns about appropriation of other people's information without adequate checks can be problematic too. So everything has 2 sides of the story. Great. Anybody else have something that, yes? Oh, sorry.
Councillor Lee?
Yes.
Thank you and good morning. I also fear the lack of a free, unbiased media. I think what we're seeing across the world are either billionaires with very radical views or large corporations kind of buying up all the press, and it really controls the flow of information which reflect our residents, government, etc. And it's not really being talked about, but even Durham Region, we lost our physical local paper, and you can make the argument that's the progression of the media, and that's fine, but I also concerned of who actually owns Durham Region News, and I think it's gone through a few, Torstar's gone through a few ownership changes recently, and it's scary if one ideology kind of owns all the media we consume, because then where do we go to, and then can we trust it, etc. So I think the really fair, unbiased media, or unbiased is unfair because media is inherently biased, but a fair media for which politicians, the public can trust and rely on is really important, and it keeps me up at night that we are slowly losing that.
Fair and accessible, maybe too, right? Yep, really good point. Any other last thoughts about that? How am I doing for time? Just We have still have 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to pull up some of the other points. So I talked about climate change, but some of you also highlighted climate change as an issue. And so how do you see that going forward for the region? You talked a little bit about, infrastructure. Do you see your infrastructure being affected by climate change in a big way? Yes?
I think we're starting to go through the issues now. I mean, this last budget conversation we had, where we're trying to plan for the future, and it costs money on the present, and has large ramifications what we do in the future. And it does take a lot of political will and messaging and communications to kind of convince, for lack of a better phrase, a lot of the old guard, a lot of the older population who may not be around to really see the true ramifications of climate change, to buy in now and understand that their actions previously to this point forward have absolute devastating consequences on the future generation.
Yeah.
And looking out for that future generation now, even though it costs a lot of money up front, it's a very hard proposition to sell. And I think all levels of government have to do a better job selling that message.
Great.
So just on climate change, it's not just what happens within the boundaries of Canada. It's what happens around the world now as communities are now being flooded or no longer livable, and the challenge of asylum seekers that are coming to Canada from places in the world that are having huge difficulties, and not being able to support them with the languages and what they need, and bringing them to a place where 4 months of the year, the weather's unbearable, right? So. One star.
So Durham has a fairly high level of newcomers coming to the region.
By population base, Ajax is the most diversified city in all of Canada.
Yeah. So I'm just looking here. I haven't done the sorting, so I don't know exactly how it turns out. But to your point, just extending your point about immigration and how you prepare for it. So do you have concerns about that, or?
First of all, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Yeah, of course. I mean, there's a lot of concerns. I've got a list of a few things that are concerning, but the refugee and new Canadians that are coming in, we've got an issue in regards to the influx of new Canadians coming in, and not being able to provide the services that are necessary. There's a great opportunity for our country also with the diversity that is happening. I can speak about Oshawa and the diversity that we've enjoyed there, and I know that many of our communities in Durham region have enjoyed diversity that is coming into our community. I think that that's a wonderful thing. The caveat on it is how are we going to be able to provide the services to make sure that people are able not only to be able to settle into Canada, but they don't settle into poverty and stay there for generations. And I think it's something that has to be thought about. I think the government of Canada has to look at how many Canadians are coming in, and we understand we're trying to do our bit in regards to refugees. But is cruel for us to be able to allow individuals to come in so that they can sleep on the streets and not be fed? Or are we best positioned to be able to care for them? So great opportunity with diversity and ideas and concepts, skills, abilities, giftings, and talents. On the other side is making sure that we're able to provide the services necessary so they can transition into Canadian life, which is going to be challenging for all of us. The other thing is that all of us are talking about is diversity on our councils, and making sure that people feel that they can be part of local government, that their voice does matter, and that they have a chance to be able to serve the communities. And it's important for all of us as communities that we embrace diversity within our councils so that our communities can prosper. So.
Absolutely. So, and that's at every level of government that is a necessary piece of the puzzle. Absolutely. So I'm going to build on that. So 2 pieces. Several of you mentioned homelessness as a really big concern. So it's increasing in your region as it is increasing across the country. And so what are the issues? So you put up the word homelessness, but tell me more about that. We know that it's across the region, and we know that it's across the country.
Thank you. Well, I'm not surprised that homelessness has risen. I mean, COVID sort of showed us where the cracks in services that we provide, where they were, because we haven't invested in them in so many years. So there hasn't been any not-for-profit housing built by the upper levels of government since the 80s and the 90s when they did co-ops. So, we're really, really behind. We know the population grew, but we did not keep up with that. So there are going to be social problems. So, and that came to a head through COVID. So those who were basically on the verge of being homeless could no longer, live in the basement of a friend's apartment for a while. So the numbers increased dramatically. But there was an increase in numbers prior to that, but we weren't paying attention. And I think for me, I always question whether we put a lot of our eggs in the basket of financial responsibility and the economy and equity and that kind of thing. And no, we don't have money for, the homeless issue. It's not that bad, or we don't have money for the social services issues that we needed to provide. So we're behind, really behind, and it was exacerbated. But back to the climate change issue too, we don't talk about environmental refugees.
Yes,
And there's a real lack of education that it's happening now, and wake up, because it's going to happen. And who are we, and what society decides who's allowed to live where on the planet of Earth? We make the boundaries. But we're going to find there's a shift in population, and how do we deal with that? And that's going to put more pressure on everybody, all municipalities and regions.
So one of the things that I want to bring up that I'm hearing from all of you is that these are systemic, interconnected issues. So homelessness and immigration, when people are not integrated properly, or we don't have the supply of systems to help provide what people need, and the changing weather and economic conditions, they're all interrelated. So that there are larger systemic issues. And you mentioned the levels of government that may be involved. So one last thing that I wanted to highlight is government change worldwide, and how those levels of government work together or don't work together. So we'll let you tell me who's put their hand up.
I was just going to speak to the homelessness aspect. The face of homelessness has changed, particularly through the pandemic, and I think we need to recognize the diversity within the homeless or underhoused population. You have multi-generational issues within that. Within my own experience working with some of our agencies in Pickering, you see fathers with sons and daughters who are all seeking the same services, and I'm talking adult children with their parents. We're also experiencing increase in homelessness from our youth who have aged out of various programs, out of foster care. Where do they go? What is that next level? And when you're talking about affordability, well, if you can't afford as a 38-year-old to purchase a home, how do we expect an 18-year-old to house themselves? So it's changed. It's a different lens than it used to be. And couple that with our mental health issues, our opiate crisis. I mean, the stress level that has been put on the average Canadian in the last 5 years has changed the representation makeup of who we consider homeless or underhoused or even food insecure fall into that category.
Vulnerable people. Yep. Last point. Sorry.
Thank you. And just to continue on the conversation about the homelessness, it's the face of who is homeless. And within that face, that individual could be living in their vehicle and they are actually working. Yesterday, I held a roundtable with over 40 agencies that are providing food services out to our community. And we're seeing in 1 year 46% increase within WIPE of the food bank usage. Affordability and the cost of food is one. The second is also what is happening within our rental, and the ability to be able to increase rent. The conversation this morning over breakfast is I have a daughter who's in Halifax going to school, and the rent in Halifax is the same as the rent here. And when we're looking at that ability for across Canada as to how they're impacting, one, our youth, but overall, Mayor Ash spoke about it, and I too have older kids, and to be able to think about affording a home, it also comes out of our retirement savings to be able to give that down payment. Or how can I enable my child to get into a home? To read in a newspaper article this weekend that Habitat for Humanity is now working with healthcare workers, and healthcare workers are individuals who should be making a good income, but now are looking at Habitat for Humanity for the ability to purchase. So it's, while it may be a long-term effect and impact, but the reality of the pricing and the rent increases and all that, that's a today.
Yeah.
That's a today impact.
Absolutely. Yep. I'm going to, just as a point, I'm just going to make you the last person to speak, if that's okay. Go ahead.
So my good colleague here just said that was a very dangerous decision. I'm going to take the opportunity to vent for a moment. We've all been at a number of meetings where the federal government will be making the statement that it doesn't matter what color of party, they made the wrong decision. I've heard the same at the province. They made the wrong decision. We're frequently saying, it's our problem. But each and every one of us at council meetings, still today, despite the fact that people's kids can't afford houses, people's kids have to live in the basement, will still jam chambers if you try to build rental accommodation or high density. Forget about subsidized accommodation. And we, as representatives of the people, we need to listen to that. We also need to make the right decisions. But part of the communications has to be around society, the general public, getting real. So, Mayor Carter, how many times have you heard, and this happened in Chambers on Monday in Clarington, I'm not against progress, and then the word but. I think I've heard that 1,000 times. And as long as that societal view persists, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And the challenge that we all have is doing that fine line, because you know what? You do the stuff that should be done, that has to be done, that requires political courage. And very frequently, you're replaced with someone, and we're seeing that in the States. You've got to walk that fine line to do what you should do and have to do, but you don't have the freedom to do what you need to do. And again, that comes back to, any number of supportive pieces, but on the housing piece, until we can get people to understand that the end of the world is not an apartment building up the street from them, and I'll shut up after this, at council we heard that, it's only drug dealers and prostitutes that go into apartments. Well, when I was first married, my wife and I moved into an apartment. I don't know if she was a drug dealer, but we got to get over it. Anyway, thank you. That was good for my soul. I will pay you for the therapy later.
Want to wrap up, but the mayor brings up a very interesting point, which you had brought up about government change.
Yes.
Populism politics, and the issue about that is that what's happening is that it is creating an environment that is very hostile, and that's what I worry about. We try to demonstrate within this chamber, because of our chair, parliamentary excellence in regards to respect to one another. But we have witnessed, even in the last few days, this ugliness of politics, especially in the South, that is now coming up into Canada. We witnessed it in Alberta just the other night. Yep. And comments that we would find even today, but months ago, atrocious for anyone to say that 4,000 people felt that it was appropriate. And to be absolutely honest, we better understand that there is a reckoning coming.
Yes.
Populism politics is pushing a lot of good public servants out because of the reason that they're making the right decisions for the right reasons and working with their colleagues. And that's what I think we better understand. And that's a major issue, not only in this country, but worldwide.
It is absolutely a worldwide issue. And, I said it's systems, it is connected to the fact that we're undergoing so much devastating change at the same time. And in part, convinces people that this might be a way to return things to the way it used to be, but you can't. The world is moving forward.
Well, especially, we talked about climate change. We've got climate refugees that are coming in, and some of the attitudes in regards to it is diversity is not welcome.
Yeah.
And I've always looked at diversity as a great opportunity.
Sure.
But that kind of ugliness is becoming, at one time was hidden, is now coming to the surface, which I think is very, very dangerous.
Sure.
Sorry to take up.
Council, this is a break that you're going to take your own time away from. So I would suggest.
I'm going to take all that time away from you.
Okay, so Councillor Mayor Pietri.
I think just to put things into a little bit of perspective, I think perspective itself is probably a challenge that we have, like prioritization of our resources. That for me is what I hear publicly, and that's something that I feel as well. The housing affordability issue in particular, it's not something you can solve overnight. It's not something that occurred overnight. Reality in how to solve that is something that we have control over. The expectation of 90,000 units in the province being built in this year is highly unlikely to even have, effect within 2 years because of the economic conditions. So what did some of the other countries do? I know that, my parents came over 10,000 kilometers in order to be able to afford a better life. It's not my God-given right to be able to live in this community if I can't afford it. And it's not also a reality that this happens overnight. We'd like that to happen for our kids, but we may have to do what some of the other countries did and take a look at some of the rural areas that may have, homes that are available, because let's be honest with one another, there's a lot of farming communities that have, homesteads that may not have people living in them. And in some countries, say European countries post-war, a lot of the towns were abandoned and are being reclaimed now by people who wanted a more affordable sort of place to live. Bringing relevance to that means that, if we've got resources that we're prioritizing for a specific issue, be it the housing issue, that'll take time to take foot. But a marketing campaign, some sort of a partnership with some communities that would welcome our kids in those communities, or even ourselves, is very important. In that reality, to understand that, it's not so bad if you may have to move. It isn't. We work virtually now, and I know a lot of folks that may live in Oakville that work for the region. A lot of folks that may want to work for the region and live here, but there has to be a reality check in how we provide our services. So I guess just to capitalize on that, I think it's important. We do provide a lot of service as government, but you got to look at where the hole in the dike is, like where the issue, the pressure point is. And if you got to spend 5 years in prioritizing for that single issue, then I think that that's what's expected of us. And we haven't done that largely across the country, gone on cruise control for some of the services that we typically provide and tackled the one that, is at issue, and also applied that lens of reality, because nobody wants to hear, your son or daughter won't be able to live here and that's too bad. But the reality is that may be the case for a generation, because we really muffed up on providing that priority for the last 2 decades.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know why my mic's been up for a while, but I just wanted to elaborate a little bit of what Mayor Carter had said, and what I'm noticing significantly is contention.
Yeah.
It is a post-COVID world, or I don't know what it is. I'm an immigrant. I immigrated 20 years ago, and I can give you a little bit of what I saw in Canadians was compassion, was kindness, and was always please and thank yous. And I think that's going away or leaving us for some reason. And I don't know it's COVID, or I don't know what's coming from the South. I have no idea. But our Canadian ways are leaving us. And I want to grab that, and I don't know how to bring it back or how to revive it, if that's the word. And that's what I am really looking into, seeing that when can I get that 20 years that I lived here, and the last 5 years have changed so much. So I leave it there in simple words is, if this council can bring back that, we will definitely be leading and bringing a message forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a good way to lead you to your break. Yep.
Clerk, do I need a motion to recess?
There's
Yeah,
coffee and
We'll
treats
break,
back
and then
there.
we don't have to do count chairs, and we don't have to do a roll call.
I needed my somewhere I can. Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Anderson? Take your seat, please. Mr. Clerk, we have quorum in the room, so we're ready to start back anytime.
Thank you so much. Okay, I hope that you all got some caffeine, yes, and some food. I didn't get a chance. I could see you chomping as you go. Good. All right, so that was a pretty interesting conversation. Clearly, there's stuff on your mind, but as I said, step one of creating any pathway to tomorrow is to talk about where you're at today. And so we've just done a little bit more clustering of some of the big concepts. There's a whole conversation around housing and affordability, growth for the region generally. We did not talk about opioids and addiction generally, which is an emerging, increasing issue. So we can touch on that again a little bit more. Talk about tech and community. And at the end, we were talking about polarization and the level of kind of maybe disagreement and the way that people treat one another in that range. Access to service, mental health, and safety generally. So those are some of the starting points of what you talked about. And we can get into them a little bit more in a minute. But the next step of this process, so we have some of the picture of where we're at now, and now we want to think about, okay, what do we want? What would the future that we actually want look like, right? So imagining that these are all the things that are going on now, and you're projecting into the future, and you're describing the future that you do want, right? So I'm going to ask you to consider some of the things as Councillor Mayor Pietri, did I pronounce that correctly? Mentioned, like there are trade-offs, right? And so some of what you've been talking about are both sides of the coin. So do you want intensification of housing or not? Or do you want people to move to other areas because you can't do intensification? How do you come to terms with those things? You've talked about climate change and how it's something to be concerned about because of the systemic implications, but how are you going to put money towards that, because it will require investment in the present for you to prepare for the future, right? You talked about, or people have talked about, it didn't come up so much here, but use of roads. Do you want big wide roads so that you can move people, or does that just cause more traffic in general? So when we're thinking about these issues, we have to sort of consider, what does the future that we want look like? So I'm going to ask you maybe first to make some quick notes for yourself on your sticky notes. And then let's have a conversation a bit. We're not going to take as long as we did last time to have that conversation because I have some stuff to show you too. But I want first for you to imagine, what does the future that you want look like? Yes, please. Yep. You can call it utopia, but we're going to try and figure out pathways to get there. But definitely, like, looking at a future that is a positive future, a hopeful future that you imagine, given that you've just talked about those issues that are in the current situation, and you do have to make some trade-offs to get to that other place. Yes, we can. Can I ask you to do it in that though next time?
Come back to me.
Yes, if you can use your black sticky notes so we can read them, because I don't have my glasses. I don't know. Sandra, is the pen for keeping? Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's interesting. I like that idea. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Do you want to add some? Do you want to add too? Okay. Did you get some ideas? Ideas of what the future you want? You thinking. This is harder. It's easier to have, what you're worried about or what you're thinking about comes easily off the top of your mind, but now we're asking you to dig a bit deeper. I'm going to ask you what that means. Oh, good. That's a dead end. Yeah. Okay. All right. If you put a one-word answer, just be prepared. I'm going to ask you what it means. No, lots of words. I understand now. This is sustainable. Thank you. Oh, good. Is there sustainability? That's a good one. Okay, so just as you're keep writing, keep coming up with answers to it, but I'm going to ask Councillor McDougall to explain his sticky note a little bit more. So if you could tell me, so his sticky note said open, and I want to understand, that's a good point, but I want to know what you mean by it.
So as you were speaking to the lead up of this, you talked about coins, both sides of the coins.
Yeah.
And then you talked about money, which is paper. And the fact is none of it's real. It's all electrons now. And realistically, we need to stop limiting our thinking and limiting how we think things should be based upon exactly what we saw in the past.
Yes.
Oh, so when I said open, I mean, for example, on your last board, I put up flying cars.
Yes.
Now, I know that's way far in the future.
Not so much.
But is it? Because you look at, there's worlds that are testing drones right now for uses that we never even conceived of 10 or 15 years ago.
Yep.
We need to stop limiting how we're thinking. And it goes back to some of the questions that, or things that other people talked about in terms of immigration. You know, we're a top 10 country in the world to want to emigrate to. So to have 1 million people want to come into Canada, when you look at the size of the world population, that's a very small number of people that would want to come here. But, we need to be prepared if we're going to accept that number of people.
Sure.
We're not limited in geography. We have an immense country.
Yes.
We're limited by weather, resources, other things, standards, etc. But, open. We need to be open, and we need to be, very forward thinking. This is difficult for government. We move slow. We're like I don't want to say cruise ship, but we're like a ship. and it's really difficult for us to, I want to say pivot, but, we've got to be open. We've got to be willing to accept those sorts of changes that might be coming towards us.
I think that's a really good point. And if I could balance it with, so the idea of being open and the possibility that you need to create some limits to that, how do you reconcile those two things? And we'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon, because we'll be talking about some of the pathways to change. But I think it's important for us to be aware that openness has so much benefit and potential, and yet, we need to think about the consequences of it as well, right? I think to Councillor Kerr mentioned before about the unintended consequences of something and how you, and unforeseen. Yeah. I can repeat if you want.
I don't know. I just thought it was a one-on-one quick one. The unconsidered, ill-considered, not considered when you should. And if you don't, you're planning to fail potentially.
Yeah.
So that's what that piece is about.
So balancing the desire to be innovative, the desire to push forward, the desire to have new ideas and to accept that tomorrow is going to be far different than we expect it to be, but then also to be kind of thoughtful about how to don't take the load. Okay. To be thoughtful about how you prepare for it, essentially, right? And make it something that's a functional reality. Okay, I'm going to do a quick run through of some of the things that you put up. There's quite a lot about sustainability. And so building in a sustainable future, is that fair to say that that's part of what you want? And a true, so somebody said total sustainability, and what that means for you as a region, right? How do you actually incorporate that when some of your other intentions or the issues that come up are counter to that? This is all by itself, but I think it might be more widely felt. So, sort of funding, government paying for what they're responsible for, right? And so is that on a municipal level and a regional level and a provincial level and a federal level? All levels of government actually paying what they're responsible for, right? Yeah, I said the future that you want. This is an interesting one too. Recreate villages within or versus sprawl. So as a region, are you going to continue to expand physically, or are you going to try and keep contained, intensified village-like areas within your space? So there's a tension there between both of them. You want to bring more people into the region. You want to make sure that people have housing, but it can end up in sprawl. This is about transit, having more transit investment and less roads in urban areas. I don't know does anybody want to talk to that about more transit?
Yes. I'd also like to weave in the previous point because that was mine.
Yeah.
When all you have to do is look at a downtown like Hoboken, New Jersey, where they have all ground floor commercial with 3 to 5 levels of residence, and it's an incredibly vibrant downtown. Why? Because people can walk everywhere. So if we only build one-story buildings out as far as the eye can see, people have to drive everywhere. So when we're developing new areas, it's my contention we need to intensify in the core 4 corners, if you will, and de-intensify the further that you go out so that people have a chance to get affordable housing near services where they don't have to drive or take a bus. So that's what recreating villages means within the future plan of how we develop as a region.
So can I take...
and less transit too. I think I mentioned that, but you'll have a lesser need for more and more and more transit because people can use active transportation or walk more places.
Right. So can I take that sort of up a level, which is that your planning maybe needs to meet your other goals, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Sound guy from a band, so I used to be able to hear well, but my microphone.
Okay, so the conversation around planning and sort of setting your expectations and goals is actually even like a higher level of the conversation. So does the does the approach to planning shift overall for the region? So is that kind of what you're aiming at? Yes. And to be open.
Well, I'd be great, no limit. I'll just make a quick observation. We have all heard the 15-minute city, right? So to come back to Mayor Carter, your point, describing utopia, and then you have this radical populism. Is that fair? So I will now share all of those emails with you, Councillor Kerr, that I've made this point. But great idea, great concept, and then we're dealing with this over here. This is very therapeutic for me. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the idea that it's an inclusive place and leading with kindness and compassion for all, that's your image of the future, that it is affordable and livable and fair for everybody. So people have housing that they can afford. That probably means that you need a full range of housing because different people can afford different things. Somebody put partnerships. Can you tell me what you mean by that? I don't know who added that. Yep.
Partnerships, I've found that through a lot of, not only through our conversations around the table here, it's about the partnerships of all levels of government. But then let's bring that down. Let's bring that down into the community. And prime example, and I'm going to talk about the round table, which turned into a square table because the round table couldn't occupy anymore. But the 40 community agencies that came together that didn't know what each other did and the support that each other can give. And now the outreach that's coming from the community of how can we be a partner in this? How can we give the support? It's that education as well. So I would probably also put education as to what is available out there. But
yeah,
there's too many silos.
Too many silos. So I don't know if you've seen the example of what Houston is doing with their homelessness. And they made a program for all the wide range of agencies that provide services to come together and to talk about what they do because there have been so much duplication of efforts. And rather than just everybody trying to deliver the same amount of output, that they sort of rationalize it and not duplicate activities.
Well, and the saying goes, it's like, why recreate the wheel? The wheel's been created.
Yeah. Yep.
This is about how we'd like to see the region in the future. So livable and fair was one of the items that you highlighted there. And I think it's important to recognize when planning the region, livability is an issue. If you consider the densities that we're forecasting, how livable is an area if it doesn't have the appropriate infrastructure,
yes,
healthcare, education, transit. I think it's important to understand that that wouldn't be fair if we continue to process that without the understanding of green space and the infrastructure and essentially the livability. The last thing you want to do is execute on those targets and create ghettos. I think it's very, very important that we strike that balance in order to make it livable and fair for everyone, because I don't think anyone around this table would accept living in the conditions that we may be forcing people to live in, if not for those other elements that probably need to come from other levels of government. But those are very, very important elements because everything's predicated in terms of the communities that you're talking about or that Councillor Kerr and others have been keying in on, predicated on those elements being there. So if you're missing those ingredients, you're not going to have a very worthy menu to be able to order from and enjoy. I think it's very important that we look at that because I do think that the region of Durham's viability is much the same as many other regions, and it's suffering as a result of that. So prioritizing how to get there with those ingredients is very important because building housing is a no-brainer, but livability, once you're in that house and you can't enjoy what you expected or what everyone around this table would expect, is a problem.
So if I understand correctly, that there's adequate housing, but also with that housing, adequate education, adequate healthcare, adequate green space, like that the full picture is being provided to people, not just a place to live.
Yeah, I think the forecasts for the region of Durham are quite aggressive. And
Yes.
To have, you know, the amount of functioning hospitals that we currently have, consider ourselves lucky, but it's not enough. So I think that's a major element.
Yep.
You know, there's a holy trinity of infrastructure, and I think we always key in on some of the more benign stuff, but you're putting that many people into one place. It's not just about where they live, it's how they live.
Great.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to what Mayor Roy said about partnerships and combine that with that other one there about levels of government doing the right thing.
Yep.
Part of the problem that we have, and Liz brought it up, was that some of the groups, they don't know what the other one's doing and what's good at. And where the government comes in and makes mistakes is when they offer funding for certain things, there are groups that are already doing that, but there are other groups that need funding, so they apply and try to make the ability to do that, which is not, doesn't help the community, right?
Sure.
Because what we need to know is what everybody's doing and let, we need to move for success of these groups, not somebody else starting out something, because they also don't do very much strategic planning in after that first funding runs out, how are they going to continue that program? I mean, we have examples of, for example, we have a church in Pickering that kept coming to Oshawa to hand out food to the homeless. We got more food for the homeless in Oshawa than you get on a cruise ship. You know what I mean? Seriously, you look at our garbage bins. We've got more people giving out food. So we don't need people from other communities. And this is what we need to talk to these different groups is, I'm not sure why they're not doing it to their own thing, but, who's doing what for what reason and which ones are successful, because we need to reinforce success in order to move it forward.
Really good points. And as a regional government, an opportunity for you to try and figure out how to make sense of all of that, right? And how to deliver whatever it is you deem the most useful or important, and be able to deliver it not as a duplication. Yeah, good work. Okay. Is there anybody that wants to speak to their point? I'm going to take just a couple more minutes with this, and then I want to talk to you about what you said in the survey. So any other comments on your idea of the future that you want? Yep.
Mayor Ash?
Thank you. My note was for a vibrant downtown in my community, which is Pickering. Pickering doesn't have a downtown. It's developing one. And with my goal of having a downtown, I also know that downtowns create some problems as well. As I look to my friend the mayor in Oshawa, but their downtown, historic downtown Whitby's beautiful, historic downtown Port Perry's beautiful, historic downtown Bowmanville's beautiful. And Pickering will have a new urban downtown as opposed to historical. But I don't want the good of a nice downtown to meet the bad of that happens in some urban settings. So that's how I put my note.
And I just have two comments. One is anger. Anger.
Anger.
The world is angry.
Yes.
And we all, even this morning during this meeting, during the break, I received a angry phone call. I don't believe prior to what went on not that long ago south of the border, we didn't see this. The other one I have is we're tending to forget what was good in our past. I'm probably I'm in the mature group of people in the council chambers. But when I was a kid growing up in my community, every person within a block, and I mean a big block, probably 50 homes, knew my name, my brother's name, my sister's name. That for soccer and baseball in our park system, we had coaches. People would volunteer their times. And that doesn't exist anymore. chances are your neighbors on your street don't know the person living beside them. The kindness that existed in the past is gone or disappearing. That's a true worry for me. Everybody expects more and more from us, but if it wasn't for the coaches that we all had,
Yeah.
and the people that invested time into us, in my case, 50 years ago, I wouldn't be where I am today, and I worry about the children of our generation losing those opportunities.
You know, there's the expression, it takes a village to raise a child. And to your point too, like, can you make those villages, streets or villages, to recreate those somehow as a future, right? So just because we're past it doesn't mean that it can't exist again, right? You have to be intentional about it though.
And just on that note, at AMO, we had a discussion a couple months ago at a board meeting around the code of conduct and how with politicians now, the idea of door knocking has become more and more unappealing. Like years ago, it was one of the mayors said that, she'd be lost in somebody's house having tea and team couldn't find her anywhere and she'd be there for hours having tea, talking with people, and it was friendly and cordial. And she goes, now I'm afraid when I knock on the door, what do I hear on the other end? And we had one mayor, he was fined $10,000 because somebody was spreading bad, misinformation on Facebook. He went to see them. It got interesting. And they filed a code of conduct on him. They were yelling at him. He was trying to tell the truth, and he got fined $10,000 and had to go into training for the code of conduct. So, there's no, we don't have an HR department as politicians. So you just have to, you grin and bear it, and you get the thick skin, and you deal with what you deal with. But it's a very interesting world out there. And yeah, door knocking becomes problematic if you don't know what you're going to get. I noticed it even in the last election. So I watch who's flying what flag. Not always the Canadian flag is a good one either. Thank you.
Mayor Carter?
Thank you.
I have to agree with Marilyn, and I think that's why I return to parliamentary excellence. My frustration is that we represent almost 800,000 people, the representatives in this room. And we've got to demonstrate if this is the type of communities we want, if this is the type of desire we have in regards to what we see as our future, we have to demonstrate it. And my criticism always comes both at the provincial side and the federal side, that I know that they look upon their chambers as this place of theater, but I disagree with that. I believe that it is a place where leadership should be demonstrated at the very highest level. And to be absolutely honest, if I hear one more time of a politician blaming some other politician for an issue, instead of building on to a concept, and I think that really has to be taken under consideration. I can speak for the city of Oshawa. We're going through a period of transformation within our organization for a cultural change. So we're recruiting, retaining, training, all of the things in regards to our philosophy is changing from bureaucratic to more of a customer service centric model. And I believe that that's the way we have to be. But we're also changing the culture within our organization, what the expectations are of our organization. And I use the word expectations very purposely because my council, and I'm pleased to be able to say it, has for the 5 years that I've been fortunate enough to be mayor for the great city of Oshawa, has demonstrated parliamentary excellence. And we have spirited conversations and we have passionate positions, but that chamber, we've got to demonstrate that this is what government can actually accomplish. And I'm tired of, especially on the federal side, of people standing up and blaming others that they have a deep desire to lead in this country, but they don't want to demonstrate what true leadership looks like. And that really is the greatest opportunity we have. We're leaders, we're elected, we represent 800,000 people. Let us demonstrate the aspect. If that means Durham Region does it better than anybody else, great. Because, I put on leading in the world. I want, we heard Mayor Foster talk about isotopes and about small modular nuclear and the nuclear industry. The chair will remind us all of the history of Oshawa, known as one of the most industrial, forward-thinking communities in 1924, and was seen around the world as this wonderful place. If we only do it in Durham Region, if we only do it in Ajax and Pickering and Scugog and Port Perry and Brock and all these places, if we do this as Durham Region and demonstrate what parliamentary excellence is, maybe, just maybe, the public and other communities will demand the same of their councils and their chambers. That's what I hope for.
Let me back. So I listened to Obama give a really brief speech about how the power of government and how we are so quick to say, no, we can't do it. We've always done it this way. We can't simply change, right? And he said, instead, wouldn't it be great to be able to say, leave it with me? And maybe the outcome is the same, but it's not the jumping to the no. And I love the idea of customer-centric government, because isn't that who we serve? And instead of sticking, we need to have policies, we need to have procedures, we need to have bylaws and guidelines, but that doesn't mean that they can't change, right? So it's more about shifting your attitude and remembering who you actually serve in the community. Anyway.
Councillor Kerr?
No, thank you. And just to build on those 2 points, I'm going to get this in because this has bothered me for 60 years. In my social issues course, we debated everything, and I taught them proper debate techniques. You listen when the other person's speaking, you take your counterpoint notes, and you go through the process. And we hear them talk about a debate in the House of Commons. That is not a debate, it's a social squabble. And I am embarrassed as a Canadian every time I see this Donnybrook happening on TV and they say this is democracy in action. No, it's not. It's terrible politics. And for me, it has no place in the governance of a country. I think we need to bring some civility back to Parliament and run it like this. Run it like we do in Oshawa. Run it a lot more, maybe even like a board meeting. I don't know what, but I'm embarrassed by what they call a debate in the House of Commons. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Well, thank all of you. I mean, those are very inspiring sentiments, I think. And what I'm hearing you say is that you want to lead in terms of leadership, that you want to demonstrate leadership, and that the whole region can espouse that. The idea of leading towards good works, leading towards good decisions, leading towards civil behavior. It touches a lot of the points that you've made here. Spirited. Okay. So we talked about framing. Does anybody else want to add before I move to the next piece? Yes.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you very much, Helen. One of the points that I put up there, and in fact, I think we speak about it now, but again, for the future, and it's for my kids and grandkids to be able to live, work, and play here in Durham Region. And right now, I mean, we say the world's our oyster, and if kids want to travel and go elsewhere, that's great. But again, this will always be their home. And just as Chair Henry said yesterday, and I think today, I'm at a point in my life, that's where I'm looking for. The future is my kids and grandkids. And, with, I guess, post-pandemic, but during the pandemic, could they live and work here? Because of the fact that, now we have virtual meetings, hybrid meetings. And I think because of that, people are moving from the big city out to our communities because it is a great community. And I think when we first started off, somebody called utopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if we did have utopia? But I go back to, and this might be, I'm looking at our Commissioner of Planning and Economic Development. It's how we plan. Do we want that urban sprawl? Do we want that? And again, affordability. And again, what is affordable? And I go to Mayor Roy, what can we build that our kids can afford? And I guess there's different ways, we talk about co-op housing, shared housing. But again, where's that down payment coming from, even if it is affordable?
Yes.
And personally, for our daughter to get in a house, that came from our retirement fund. And when you look at even 20% on 400,000, that's still $80,000. But, also I look at, to be able to do that, as far as planning and economic development, attracting good paying jobs. We already have, and Mayor Foster spoke about it, we have the nuclear industry, and I think in the sheets here, when I was looking, and Ontario Tech offers first accredited program of its kind in Canada with undergraduate degree programs in nuclear engineering. And I'm just looking at that, and we could be the center of excellence here, right here in Durham Region, whether it's been Pickering or Clarington, but right here in Durham Region, to give those good high-paying jobs. And economic development, we have to be nimble too. And I'll go back, and I hate, some might have heard my rant. We had the opportunity. Have you been to the Premium Outlet Mall, Toronto Premium Outlet Mall in Halton Hills?
I have not. I have not.
Okay.
I need to go, apparently.
Well, we had the opportunity to have that right here in Bowmanville. Same big developer, Smart Center, Simon Group. And if it benefited Clarington, it should have been good for Durham Region. We should have had 7 hands up at the municipality of Clarington. We should have had 28 hands up here in these chambers. And it didn't happen. Let's just say that. But, if it's Pickering's success, it's Durham's success. If it's Ajax success, Whitby, Oshawa, Uxbridge, Brock, Scugog, it's Durham's success. And so when I look to the future, and we have to be nimble, as Councillor McDougall said, it takes a long, long time. And if we can cut that and be nimble, and that's where I see, like, I'm going to use this example too. If somebody said, we're going to put an EV plant here in Durham Region, how nimble are we to do that?
Right. So making decisions about going forward. Thank you. So all these points are the things that need to be presented as the strategic plan moves forward. How do we think about what you want to achieve? And how do we make sure that the elements of the strategic plan can actually support that? So we asked you to fill out a survey. I know not all of you were able to do that, but I wanted to report on some of the things that we did get answers on, and maybe you can comment if you were not able to contribute to that. So first of all, we're describing a vision of the future that we desire, what we want to have happen. We may not be able to get that, but we want it to happen. And so that future vision needs to be a leading element of the strategic plan. Imagining where we want to get to, because the plan is the route to make it happen. What our work is behind the scenes is we want to look at all the ways that essentially that might go sideways, right? So we look at what are called exploratory futures, alternatives of what might occur, whether you want it to happen or not. And so the example I always use is no one asked for COVID, but we got it. And so were you prepared to deal with that? Could you be better prepared to deal with it, even though you're aiming at the future that you want? And then we pull from the future vision, and we use all the key elements from engagement to make sure that it's really accurate. So I think, as Sandra said before, in addition to consulting with you, we're going to go out and consult with the public. So we have a survey that will go out to the public to ask them about the elements of the future vision that they want to prepare. And then the exploratory future, that comes from research that we are doing. So we do this work around the world, and we're looking at what changes are happening. And so we want to weave that in to give you a cautionary note of what could happen that may prevent you from getting that future that you want, and how will you deal with that going forward. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, what we want to produce is what you would call a preferred future that you can then use for your strategy and do what we talked about before, test some of your strategic directions against, right? So this currently is the vision for the region of Durham, a healthy, prosperous community for all. And you've reinforced that with some of the conversations that we've had this morning. But you may want to build on that a little bit more. So that's the current vision. And when we asked people, for the people that were able to complete the survey, 62% of the people that completed the survey said they either very much agreed or agreed with that as a vision for where you want to get to. There were also people who didn't agree with it or felt it. So some of the comments that we got was that it felt maybe not as extensive or descriptive as what people wanted to say. So they agreed with it, but they still had some comments about how it could be made more representative of your thinking. Your current mission, which is the way that you're going to achieve that vision, is that you call it working together to deliver service excellence through leadership, collaboration, innovation, and environmental stewardship. And so when we asked people whether they agreed with that, a majority of people said yes, they very much agreed or agreed. But again, people made comments about it and said, we want to make sure that it doesn't feel too corporate. We want to make sure that it really represents the goals and ambitions that we have. So again, maybe that needs a bit of massaging. We asked about the value statements. I'm sorry that you can't see this very well. The main value statements that you talked about. So leadership. So just had a whole conversation about leadership, innovation, inclusion, and environmental responsibilities. You've all brought those up as points, and most people said that not all, said that those were important values to espouse as you go forward. But some of you had some not so good feelings about some of the other things, like the effectiveness of the work that you do and service excellence and how you could improve that. And again, we've talked about that this morning as well. Like, how can we do better? How can we go further? How can we make it land a little bit better? So in those cases, 30% of the people that responded said they weren't so sure about it. So if we had everybody here be able to add that information, would it have been different? I think that there is some tension there about whether or not you feel like those descriptions really kind of carry the day for you as you go forward. And just to see it as a bar graph. So my question is, of those conversations, what do you think is missing? So if we talk about the vision and the mission, what else do you think needs to be included?
Councilor
Pietri. Mr. Chair, just through you, I have a question based on what you've provided. Going out to the public, are we going to have parameters as to what the region can actually affect and what our responsibilities are? Because the reason why I ask that is if we put a general sort of what would you like, it's kind of like a dream sequence.
Yes.
Then we're going to set ourselves up for a very, very critical and false expectation that I think people will expect us to meet. Because we're
Absolutely.
asking what you'd like. So that's one question.
Can we just,
To answer your second, I'd like to in a second.
okay. I'm just going to get Sandra to answer the first one, then we'll
Sure.
listen to your second.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. No, it's not a complete blue sky wish list. The survey and the discussions, the focus groups will not be constructed that way. There will be information and material provided that make it very clear what regional responsibilities are.
That's good to hear. The second part was, what we're missing. And I think it's, even if we don't have a blue sky wish list, it's the reality of how and what we can affect based on, we can have parliamentary excellence all we want, and we can have good intentions all we wish. But the reality of what we do here needs to be, first of all, understood by ourselves as well.
So not just by the public.
Yes, because long term, and I'll look at housing, you'll have an argument with respect to housing from any single person in this room, including staff. But the reality is, we're nowhere close over the period that I know that I've observed the potential of our activating housing. So if you're going to be putting housing in as one of the wish lists, you need to make sure that it's actionable. And so you might have to build it, I suppose, from zero back, but from the point of building it back to zero to see how you're actually going to be able to affect this statement. Because I think through you, Mr. Chair, in the break, we had discussions about what the difference between this strategy and the one that we constructed previous was. We hope that, there isn't a pandemic and that there is the resource that we can actually affect changes that we need. But largely, they become unactionable, and that then drives public sentiment towards the perception of the region or whatever governing body to be ineffective, which is largely untrue, but that's the perception, and that becomes reality.
Sure.
And just to follow up on Councillor Marin Pietri, we all know the levels of government and their responsibilities, but the taxpayer has no idea. So, for example, I'll use healthcare. A percentage of the population thinks that we have some form of control over the Lake Ridge Health Corporation, and we don't. And it goes into the $10 a day daycare that the government promised, but there wasn't enough money in the system to support $10 a day daycare. That's not what the resident that's calling me, or I'm going to make the assumption any other member of council, they don't understand that we don't so set those policies. And I'm only speaking for me now, not members of council. I have a huge disappointment in the other levels of government and the challenge of remembering that it's the people that vote for them that they need to serve, not their own individuality, and the constant blame going on back and forth now doesn't solve the problems. The problems need to be resolved around a kitchen table with a conversation.
So am I understanding that a piece of what's missing, just a piece, and maybe it doesn't go in the mission statement, but in the actions, is how to help people understand what they can expect from your region? Is that a piece of it?
And to publish our 311 number.
And sorry?
And to include our 311 number.
Yep. Anybody else? What do you think is missing? And as the back row back there. What's missing?
Mayor Foster?
I know you're all groaning, but maybe a question, and Mayor Carter, to your point earlier, what do we not want to be? So we all laugh at the CNN and BBC clips of other governments where fisticuffs are going on, they're lighting Roman candles in the chambers. That could be us. We hear about 1 million immigrants coming in. Do we want to be the country that you want to get out of, or do we want to, so as much as what do we want to be, what do we not want to be?
Good point. Anybody in the back row here that wants to add? No? Nothing missing? You don't feel like there's nothing burning missing from the current strategy that you want to change, that you want to add to?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Are we measuring it right at this particular time? Can you go back a slide? Who's working the slides? Roger? No, again, please, Roger? Again?
That's me.
Oh, okay, right here then. Okay, can you go back one? Again? Okay.
This?
So are we measuring this?
This represents your sentiment about it.
Yeah, but a sentiment should also be measurable. So are we delivering service excellence through leadership? Are we collaborative? How? Are we being innovative? Are we environmental story? Have we measured this to be able to say, yes, we're achieving this? And if we are achieving it, what have we learned out of achieving it? So is that relevant in regards to where we are today?
I'm going to go to Sandra.
Thank you for the question. So what we measure is when we devise the implementation strategy that goes along with what you've identified as the key goals and the key priorities. So then we have conversations about, okay, how do we get there? How do we implement this sentiment in real terms? And so what we measure is the extent to which we've made progress or delivered on each of the individual initiatives and priorities under each of those goals. So have we successfully developed a prosperous community for all is not something that we have measured. We measure the discrete components of those goals that roll up to overall, have we been successful in implementing our strategic plan? Yes or no?
Just to add to that,
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So, Madam.
So each of the objectives or priorities in the strategic plan has a number of actions under it, and those are measured and they are reported on a dashboard, which came to council probably about a year ago, and we'll be bringing the dashboard back in the spring with 2023 updates. So when you look at the individual actions associated with each direction or objective, you can measure how well we've done and roll them up to get a sense overall.
So are we complicating a cheese sandwich?
No, it's a very straightforward dashboard.
Yeah.
And I believe, Sandra, we distributed it in December to give people an update. I'll ask you just to fill us in on that. Thank you.
And I didn't mean that snippet. I just mean, you know, if I'm somebody from the public, I look at this mission statement and say, so how are we leading? And how do we demonstrate collaboration?
So then
and how are we innovating? You know what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
as a member of the public, we don't go that deep, right? We look at it and go, okay, so, you know, we're talking about leadership. And I go back to leadership again about us demonstrating leadership. If it's collaboration, how are we demonstrating collaboration? If it's innovation, how are we doing that? I guess I'm a simple person, so that's why I asked.
So we do measure it.
Okay.
And I think if you go, the public does have access to the dashboard too, and you can drill down and see exactly what we've done in each of the action items. Maybe in a future session, Sandra, we can walk through that process again.
I was just going to add, I think it's a point very well taken that we have individual key performance indicators that tell us how well we are doing. But I think there's certainly an opportunity to take that a step further, to roll more things together, to say, if we look at this overarching goal, this overarching mission, vision, values, are we making demonstrable progress toward that? I think that's a very valid point. And perhaps, you know, we could put the question back to you. Do you feel that we are a healthy, prosperous community for all? You've seen the individual metrics and the individual accomplishments. How do you feel we're doing as a community?
So, and that's where it gets complicated, right? Because if you talk about a healthy, vibrant community, for 800,000 or 750,000 people, I would have to say, no, we're not achieving that. Because of the reason that we have a large population that is struggling with one of the biggest health crises this country has ever seen, and all of our communities are being affected by it. Health indicators go to poverty and poverty numbers, right? And economic insecurity. That goes to healthy vibrancy of a community. So until we actually address those sticky or or those difficult issues, we haven't achieved that. When I go to innovation, I think about flexibility. We've heard about different concepts about housing. Have we actually, have we demonstrated as a region in regards to the flexibility of about changing the requirements under our bylaws or laws in regards to building, and have we done enough of that? Or are we just thinking in innovation ways instead of flexibility aspects? I think we've heard from a lot of members today about some of the changes that are necessary, but because we're a bureaucracy, it takes a long time to get. I think flexibility has got to be a big part of it, and I think it's different than innovation. So I just, again, not to be argumentative, but when you think about healthy, vibrant communities, you can't just look at green spaces and parks and sidewalks and stuff. You have to think to yourself, my goodness. But that's something we don't, Mr. Chair, you just said that. We don't control that portion of the healthcare file. Are we advocating? Are we educating? Are we lobbying? Are we doing everything we can? Yes, but if we're going to be held ourselves accountable, the public is going to see that as, I'm waiting 9 hours in an emergency room. Why didn't you fix that, Mr. Chair? Right? And you kind of sit there and go, yeah, but that's not us. Well, you said a healthy, vibrant community. So you see what, I think Councillor Marion Petrie brought up a really good point about going back out to the public.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have apple pie and mothered statements. I want more transit. I want better green space. I want, those things. And I think that, having clear understanding of what local government is capable and charged with duty to, I think that has to be very clear. Sorry to blabber on.
There's two questions over here. I'm not sure if you still want to.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor Carter, you hit on a word in your speech there that kind of rang like a tuning fork for me, but it's relevance. And, Chair alluded to the idea that there's an angry populace out there. There's a large portion of the population that feels that, our leadership doesn't have relevance. Our what we're doing, what we're advocating for, we turn around and we say, well, we can't have effect on that. So then automatically they feel like whoever's representing them won't be relevant anyway. It doesn't matter who's in, you're not going to be able to affect that change. And I mean, I don't know how you measure your relevance as a leader, but I mean, realistically, that's the sentiment or dissentiment of a lot of the population. Anyway, that's
and I would say a piece of that is understanding what matters to people. And so that's part of this discussion too. Are those the points and the directions that are meaningful and important to people?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got to admit, I'm a little lost in terms of strat plan, mission, vision, where we are. And I've been a great contributor to broadening this to the great ills that that we deal with, as well as the opportunity. But in terms of focusing on when we close our eyes, what we see, I've got to admit, I'm a little bit adrift.
So the vision that you have in your strategic plan should reflect some of your hopes and dreams of what you're trying to achieve. And the mission should give us the pathway to get there. And we're going to talk this afternoon about the goals that will help you achieve that.
But and so when I say I'm adrift, so I understand that, but are we currently crafting the mission? Okay, so it just seems like a very broad dialogue, and I'm not quite sure. Okay, good. You're telling me that there will be a. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing and what's missing is something that Councillor Wu touched on, and Mayor Carter used the word flexibility. And this is where, how can we anticipate what's coming to actually even put this together? I mean, if you'd have put this in front of us a year ago, I think you'd have a very different response than you have today. So how can we assume that this will last any more than the time it takes for us to get to our vehicles and leave today? It's honestly, the climate is changing so quickly in the community and across the country. I think flexibility is going to be what really makes or breaks us moving forward, because we have to be able to change our direction given any sort of thing that comes up. I mean, you said it at the beginning, you went over all of the things that are impacting us, and it's
just in the last 5 years.
yeah, just in that short time frame. And I think that, you know, if we're not flexible, we're going to miss the ability to address the things as they come up, and that will be a failure on our part.
That's a really good point. Some places have called that resilience, being able to change paths if you need to. So I might offer that as an associated word. Okay. Yes. Can I just tell you before you go? I'm going to make this the last comment because it's noon, or we could go into your lunch hour, which is fine with me.
I'm keeping it very, I'm going to keep it very simple. And the comment is that we should keep it simple. We complicate things too much. And we make it so complicated at government that for residents to really understand, it needs to be simple.
Yeah. Simple and measurable were the two things that I heard. Yeah. Okay. Simple, measurable, and resilient. Yes? Okay. That's a hard work. I know it kind of feels like it gets tangled. Hopefully we'll straighten that out this afternoon for you. And I will give you your lunch. Oh, I'm not going to give it to you. You're going to give it to everybody.
Also, lunch is in the back. So I'll look for a motion for a 1 hour recess.
Mr. Chair, I just want to bring this up. I know that I have two of my members that are part of the City of Oshawa. We have a 3 o'clock meeting back at City Hall that's important. I'm wondering if either we shorten the lunchtime or we work through the lunchtime to continue this, but taking an hour off, I think, might bite into the tie.
So members of council, then, I'll look for a nod. 30 minutes back in here in the chambers at 28 minutes back in the chambers at 12:30. Can I get a nod?
Can we not do a working lunch?
Well, if you haven't finished your lunch, bring it back into the chambers. But please remember to take your plates back to the back when you're done. So, members of council, I'm looking for a 30-minute or 28-minute recess moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Cook. On the 28-minute recess, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we're in recess till 12:30. Thank you. I'm going to call, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to call for a member's attendance, please. Roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
No. Members present. We have quorum. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. When you're ready to continue, Helen, please.
Thank you. Okay, so that was really an engaging conversation that we had before lunch. And now I'd like to take some of what we talked about and push it out a little bit so we can think about some of the key issues of how we get to the futures that we want. So currently, does my clicker work? No. There we go. So we're going to imagine pathways to get to where we want to be. So just generally, when we're thinking about making change happen, as I said, there's the 3 parts to it. You need to have a sense of what is now, maybe that you want to change from. You need to have a vision of where you want to get to, and you need to establish the pathways. And the strategic plan that you're developing is part of the pathway to get to where you want to go. So embedded in the before lunch, we talked about the vision and the mission that you had identified, and the values that are related to that mission. And we had a long conversation about getting to the measurable goals and being resilient. So currently, there's a series of goals that are part of the strategic plan. They're considered the way, like the intense way that you're going to get to this achieving the strategic plan. So the way that it's indicated in the current strategic plan is that you want to achieve environmental sustainability, you want community vitality, you want economic prosperity, you want social investment. Different from community vitality, social investment meaning you're helping particularly vulnerable populations achieve their best life, and service excellence. So those are the 5 goals that are encompassed in the current strategic plan. So what I would like you to do is think about how those pieces of the puzzle are going to happen in the future. You said that you wanted to keep, for the people that were able to complete the survey, you said pretty emphatically that you wanted to keep all of those goals in place. You may want to add other goals, but you wanted those goals to remain in place as you consider the next strategic plan. So what we want to know is how might these goals change going forward, given that you've just highlighted a bunch of really important changes that are going to kind of impact all of those goals in some way or another. And it may change the priority of them that you see now. Okay, so for this next piece of work, we're going to spend an hour and we're going to break up into smaller groups. And I'm going to give you 3 important tasks. So first is you have to assemble into your breakout groups, and so you'll be in smaller groups, about 6 people per group. I think we're missing a couple of people from before, maybe 5 people in a group. And then there's some regional staff also who please join those groups, and you can find a group that you want to participate with. Okay, so I'll leave that open to you to go wherever you would like to go. And then when you get to your group, you need to discuss the current goals and how they might be impacted by the list. So we took the list of the things that you highlighted, and we added a couple of more key points that we know are going to change in the future. And we want to see what the connection between those changes and the goals might be, how they intersect, how they might be altered. If there's some of that you particularly want us to kind of expand on, all of that kind of thing, okay? And then, we had a long conversation about what's missing. We'd like to make room for you to articulate specifically, is there another goal that needs to be addressed? Okay, so as I said, you have about an hour to do that work. Each group will have somebody facilitating the conversation, and I have here, oops, no, I put them in the other room, sorry. There's a discussion guide for you with some prompts and some clarifications about things. And there's also some materials in the other room that you can read out if you want more detail of the goals, how that rolls out with the specific programs or activities that are related to it. Okay? Pretty clear? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask Sandra to articulate where you're going to go. We have 2 breakout rooms across the way, and one group is going to stay in here and just work over on that wall there. And Sandra, we've already divided you into groups. And go.
Okay, so staying here in council chambers, Councillor Lee, Councillor Wu, Councillor John Neal, Councillor Maren Pietri, Councillor Watton, and Councillor Mulcahy. Okay, in moving over across the hall to room 1A, Regional Chair Henry, Councillor Dyes, Mayor Schumer, Councillor Kerr, and 2 councillors who are absent. Also joining us, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Ash, Mayor Ash, Councillor McDougall, Mayor Barton, and Councillor Shahid. The third group, moving to room 1B with Helen, would be Councillor Anderson, Mayor Carter, Councillor Brenner, Councillor Garrod, Councillor Yamada, Mayor Foster. Councillor Jubb, thank you for being here online. You won't be able to participate in the breakout, unfortunately. Councillor Chapman, Councillor Cook, and Mayor Roy. Did everybody hear their name called?
Okay, I'm just going to tell you, there's 2 tables in each of the rooms on the other side, and you need to split into those 2 tables. Okay? Okay, so last guidance I'm going to give you before you leave is that you, as I said, you have about an hour, and then within your subgroup, I want you to identify someone who's going to report back to council as a whole, and you'll have about 5 minutes to tell us the big ideas that you came up with that you really want to share with everybody. Okay?
And
Away
I'll
you
just
go.
say, commissioners and staff, you're welcome to join discussion tables. You're welcome to mill around and listen to the conversations. You're welcome to contribute to the conversations as you wish. Thanks very much.
We just have the last couple of people straggling in. Just the last few straggling in, that's them. 1 minute.
Members of council and staff, could you take your seats, please? I make 15, that's quorum. 16. Okay, ready to go? Okay, members of council, I'll call the meeting back to order. By my count, we have quorum in the chambers, so we'll continue.
Yep. Great, thank you. So I just want to say I listened in to 2 groups intensely and the other 3 groups just as a pass by, and it looked like it was a really intense but useful conversation. So impressive amount of work. So this time now is for each group to just do a 5-minute overview of the key points that you covered or something that you want to share from your conversation. So I guess we should go in the order, Sandra, that you numbered people. So you'll have to tell me again which is group 1.
So group 1 would be ours. Group 1 was Chair Henry. You know what? We didn't follow our we didn't follow our list. Let's say our group was group 1 anyway. So it's Chair Henry, Mayor Barton, and Mayor Ash.
And do you have somebody who's going to be the spokesperson?
We
for your
certainly
group?
do. Mayor Dave Barton.
Microphone, Dave.
My turn on yourself.
Now I'm on. Thanks, Roger.
Can I just? So I'm going to repeat. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation.
I'll be as
So
quick
fast.
as I possibly can.
Why would you look at me?
You're in my time now. All right. So we had a fabulous group, and we realigned the numbers. So we thought without economic prosperity, we wouldn't be able to afford everything else. So we started with the waterfront, both from Brock, Seguagog, everyone but mine actually has waterfront. But we think there's a significant opportunity to revitalize those areas and really make that instrumental in our success. We talked about the speed in which we can do business, that we need people. Often capital walks is what the gentleman to my right said. If we don't make quick decisions, they'll go somewhere else because someone else will. And we're competing globally. We talked about so much to offer. We have green energy, we have greenfield development, we have so much to offer in Durham Region. We need to take better advantage of it. And then we need to make sure that, oh, this is way better, thank you. All right, thanks. All right. Just a second. Oh, it's a different order. Kevin? Sorry, folks, bear with me here for 1 second. There we go. Now we're better. Okay. We're right next to the city of Toronto, so we need to be even better because we're under their shadow. And we need to make sure that we're all aligned. All Durham municipalities have to be aligned. And we need to be quicker because of things like Bill 23 and everything else. There's less money to do some of this. All right.
You guys wrote stuff down.
We did. Okay. We then made goal 1, which was environmental sustainability. We made that number 2. And we talked about how we need to take a really good look at how we do things from a carbon perspective. So we talked about, if we made every new house, made it a goal that every new house had to be net zero, that might slow down building too much. So maybe if we make every house carbon free, that will be more achievable, might be a little bit cheaper. So we need to really think about what we're doing. We need to use existing technology like 311 in order to promote some of our green initiatives. And then we need to make sure that when we're doing things like energy audits, that they don't take so much time that we lose people. When my furnace quits, it'll be warm in my house tomorrow. So if we miss that opportunity to make our infrastructure greener, then it'll be gone for another 10 years. We also talked about some of the risks, like the weight of EVs on our roads could be a problem. And we need to make sure that we're building our hard infrastructure to manage some of the new pieces. And again, another piece that came out, we need to be aligned. So Durham Region and all of the lower tier municipalities have to be aligned, and our goals should be very similar. Right, and then we go down to community vitality. We need to, I say this in Uxbridge all the time, but it's true everywhere. If the 1 hour commute each way means that you won't be able to coach your kids hockey, you won't be able to have the scout leaders, the people will not be great volunteers if they're driving all the time. So we need jobs closer to home. And then we also talked about how people will choose to live in Durham Region because this is the best place to live, work, and play. And then they're going to lessen their commute by bringing their businesses to us. So if you create these communities, they stay. And then we need to make sure that we capitalize on our diversity or celebrate our diversity to make sure that everyone feels included here, but also that we're better with each other. And we talked about a bunch of different ideas there. Okay, and then social investment. We talked about Fiesta Week in Oshawa, how that was a great example and that we should do more of that. You know, open doors in our mosques and in our churches and our synagogues to make sure that our residents know each other and that you get to know your neighbors again. And yeah, we talked about roundtables, that Canada Day might be, I had 5 minutes. Oh, thanks. Thanks for your help. All right, so I'll go to the last one here. Service excellence, AI, things like that could make 311 even better. And from every aspect, whether that's paramedics, fire, police, and focused asks. We need to make sure that when we're asking things from higher levels of government that we're very focused, that we're not asking for too many things.
That was your beat.
That was my beep. Am I done? Should I say anything else?
Yeah.
Kevin, anything else? Okay. I'll stop it there. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, very good. So I'm going to give you all a chance to comment generally, but I want first for every group to share. So that was incredibly detailed. You may choose not to be quite so detailed, but you do have 5 minutes. So thank you for the timing and thank you for being so brief. Okay, group number 2. Who's that?
Group number 2 is the group that was in here in council chambers with Nigel. So Councillor Lee, Councillor Wu, Councillor Neal, Councillor Marin Pietri, Mayor Watton, and Councillor Mulcahy.
And do you have a...
So that's me.
Okay, great.
I think we named ourselves. What did we name ourselves again? The Back Row Hoodlums. Apparently. Hi over there. So we had, we took each of the goals and sort of dissected them by the impacts that were presented to us. And we found that throughout this, every impact had negative and positive consequences to our goals. So just starting with environmental sustainability, when we looked at AI, there was, really great opportunities for transit and waste. But at the same time, there's risk, there's, concern over there's predictable modeling that we can use it for. There's mostly positive when it came to environmental sustainability, to be frank. When it came to climate impacts, we had the cost of what the climate impact would have on our environmental sustainability, how we will build. Mayor Dave just went into it a little bit about building, finding different ways to build and mitigation measures for building the environment back or building ahead in our environmental structure to mitigate it. When we get into retrofitting new businesses, cost and taxation. Those were all things that changed, how we look at things. There's new taxes now because of climate change. And then we went into the facet of immigration, and it makes housing vulnerable. Housing the vulnerable is a bit of a challenge for us when we have big climate impact. Finding workers, sorry, that's not a, sorry, it's all over the map over here. We also went into affordability and expensive to invest now, but long-term gain, as we all know, when it comes to massive climate change, and global unrest. And we have the extremes where we have people that want to invest every penny we have into climate mitigation, and then we have people that don't want to invest any pennies. So it's, we do have a lot of issues with global unrest and that component with that goal. Goal number 2 is community vitality. And when we go through that, AI offered, where it offers an opportunity for tourism and apps for people to come and visit our community. It also has impact on lost jobs, but also creates new jobs. So, I mean, it's back and forth. So AI has a lot of positives. As we went through the conversation, it's kind of scary when you look at some of the things, but health outcomes can be better. But there's a brain drain then if we're relying on AI. There's less accountability because you don't have people on it, you have AI. It's good for planning livable communities. When it comes to the climate, for community vitality, we have a potential for crisis when it comes to climate. And we have law and order can often be a problem for community vitality. Energy is a big issue. We're all sort of dealing with how to get energy into our communities. But I mean, we've gone from years ago looking at nuclear as not being good to now it's a clean energy that we should be doing. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things. So it's, yeah. And then bicycles and more transit. So, the climate emergency sort of puts good things on the radar for community vitality. Immigration and refugees. It's a challenge because they're vulnerable, and we need to make sure that we are housing them properly. We get into housing again. The good part is it creates intensification, which is good for climate change, but it's straining our infrastructure. And the really great thing about immigration is it creates a nice diverse community, but we have to be careful not to separate them and put them in a situation where they don't have opportunity. Affordability. It's straining to create the community vitality that we all are seeking. Workforce, corporations with big money aren't really helping us in that respect. And, overall just global tribalism that's happening with, and that trickles down into our vitality of our local communities. Goal 3, economic prosperity. This was largely identified as potentially our top goal because without this, we don't have the others. So, we looked at, AI, good and bad. It can reduce jobs, but it can actually create jobs, which is more, we don't know, really. But it creates efficiencies, so, that can be helpful. There's the climate change. There's lots of opportunities for new creations of the workforce and new creations for, business.
15 seconds.
15 seconds? Oh, boy. Local supply chains. We should be producing more locally, and we're doing that, but that's one of the goals. Okay, social investment. This potentially could be our number one issue as well, our number one goal as well. So it's sort of a trade-off. We recognize that affordability and immigration and climate are all impacting everything. Global unrest, division, ideologies, education, it's all very tied in together. And we would like to see...
On that note, Councillor,
yep.
You've exhausted your time.
Oh, I tried.
Members of council, just so you know, we are using the timer that's on your screens.
Well done, and I think that was a valiant attempt to capture everything that was discussed, Councillor. And I think this is very telling, and you all understand inherently the challenge with strategic planning, right? We don't want a plan that is everything to everyone, all things to all people. We want to be clear on our priorities. You see how difficult this is, but really, really appreciate all of this feedback. We are taking notes, and we have the pieces as well. So we'll continue with the feedback. So our next group was the newly configured Group 3, which now consists of Councillor Kerr, Councillor McDougall, Councillor Dyes, and Councillor Shahid.
I won't need 5 minutes. So the first thing we're going to do here is we threw out the numbers and we threw out the priorities. And why? Because just because we might think something might be a higher priority, our constituents might not. It just sets up conflict. So they're all out the door. But the thing is, I'm not going to go through 40 items because staff are going to take a record of this and we're going to get a summative document. So the first thing is no priorities, no ranking. It's our goals and the 5 of them across there. Now, no one's more important than the others because you're just going to set up conflict. So the other thing we came up with was we didn't really want to be cornered by environmental sustainability. We'd rather take the word sustainability out and use responsibility. Because with responsibility comes being proactive and doing things positive to maintain the environment and to be reactive against things that are negative, because it's our responsibility to do that. With respect to community vitality, any way we can promote healthy living, active transportation, the Meadoway, and to take a look at other communities in the country that have a great healthy living, great community vitality. And you can add your own to that list. Economic prosperity, creating a venture capital mountain so we can keep the startups here. It's an old Durham College axiom. It's far easier to keep a student than attract a new one. And keep the businesses and support the businesses that are here while also keeping startups here and also attracting new. Maximize agri-economy. There's all sorts of good points I'm sure you had in your groups as well. Social investment. We're taking a look at investment in those in need. We think people are looking after themselves really well if they have the wherewithal, but for seniors and for our various groups in need, we need to be a caring, compassionate community that looks after our residents, all our residents. And lastly, I guess service excellence, timely communications, measurable outcomes, and opportunities for public participation. Thank you. Is that a minute and a half?
Thank you.
A minute and a half is now the time to beat. Group 4 consisted of Councillor Anderson, Mayor Carter, Councillor Brunner, Councillor Garrod, and Councillor Yamada. Fine. You changed your order. Groups 4 and 5 were with Helen.
Yes. So we have one.
Yeah, me.
And who's your speaker? Mayor Roy.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's your speaker for Group 4? Mayor Carter, you're up. A minute and a half.
I'm kind of shy when it comes to public speaking, so be patient with me. Oh, come on. Yeah, you can. Since Kerr had 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, I'm going to take that time, Mr. Speaker. So I've got 8 minutes. Yeah, I know. So the 5 categories that we really talked about was an overarching aspect, and it connects in regards to everything that we're doing. When you look at the subcategories in regards to AI and all the other components, I think they fit within all 5 categories. What we did discuss, though, is the categories or the titles are fine, the descriptions need to change. And we need to really take a deep dive and take a look at that and then see the relevance in regards to how the description really matches the ultimate goal and see how that's going to be measurable. The interesting discussion really came down to is creating an environment, not only for ourselves, but also for our team here at the region of Durham. Durham region, we looked at it as this is our kind of environment. This is our group. So how are we creating the environment that we can achieve those 5 different categories? And then the descriptions of those 5 categories based upon the technologies and the opportunity to use some of the advancements in technology to be able to address that kind of thing. And what we came down to is that one is we want to create environments where staff feel and that innovation is encouraged, but also council then has to embrace the same thing. So it can't just be a cultural change within the region itself. Council has to embrace the cultural change if we're going to try and achieve all these wonderful things, which then goes to attraction, retention, innovation, new ideas, and actually achieving the goals that we're setting out for ourselves instead of just bold statements and collecting data. And I think that was a really interesting thing. And the overarching aspect of it was creating happiness, believe it or not only within the organization itself, but in the region itself. Are we achieving that? If we're able to accomplish those 5 different goals, and we're looking at the technologies and the advances that are available to us, and we're creating an environment where our staff feel empowered, encouraged, supported, and that they can innovate, we as a governing body embrace and support them publicly and privately in regards to that. Then does that set up the kind of environment where one is they feel satisfied, we feel satisfied, that the public sees that this is a place that is really a positive environment, which goes to the overall happiness and job satisfaction. We want to be the employer of choice. We want to be the region of choice when it comes to all of these things. These are complex issues that are going to have to take the brightest and the best. We need to see new people coming into an environment that actually want to bring new ideas forward, but they also need to have the freedom to be able to not only utilize the technologies, but also have the freedom to be able to fail. And I think as a governing body, too many times we expect expectations of excellence and no errors allowed. And so therefore, we believe that will go to the overall of the 5 goals. We didn't drill down in regards to, how AI would play a role in each category, but the reality being is it will. Data is going to be made available. AI is going to help us. It is a technology that we should use. We're talking about it in policing. I know that we're looking at different ideas. But we also have to create an environment where there's freedom of conversation. You heard early on today about different ideas when it came to planning and building and communities and subdivisions and businesses. Well, if we don't create an environment where our planning department, our social services department, our health department, and our police and our operations team, if they don't feel that kind of environment where they can explore that kind of expansion of, what awaits us and that we want to be on the front of it, because of the reason that we are playing it so close to our chest so that we don't make mistakes, then that goes to everything that I've spoken about. And ultimately, if we can demonstrate that this body is a body that enjoys not only being here, but accomplishes great things, that there's a great satisfaction in what we do, that our team and our staff feel the same way. Remember what I said before, we demonstrate what we're trying to accomplish. And if we can accomplish that with the things that we can control, imagine how that spills out into our community. And the overall arching goal, of course, is we would like to see people feel lifted up. They want to feel happy. They want to feel satisfied. They want to feel that their community really reflects them. And I think it all starts with us. And I think that's what the group did. We had some great conversations, Mr. Chair. I don't think we were all that strict in regards to what the task was, but I think it was a great conversation in regards to things. The last thing was, and I know that I've got 17 seconds left, is there has to be a willingness to look at legislation and about how things are structured. We need to be able to tackle that. And if that means it's charter challenges, or if that's legislative challenges, or if that's building challenges, I think we have to be, the willingness has to be there, but that means it goes back to what we were saying about creating the environment.
Thank you.
I'm leaving now.
I was listening. It was a really good conversation. So, best for last.
The best for last. And this is where we're going to illustrate the North and the South can come together and work together in harmony. Councillor Jared.
So what we had said was that we've got the 5 existing priorities, and it's really difficult. The exercise was to try to prioritize. I said, well, I've got personal priorities. I want to be handsome, I want to be rich, I want to be healthy, and I want to be happy. So I've had to give up on 2 of those.
Sorry to hear about your
So the challenge then was, which one do I personally focus on, which was when Ms. Liz kicked in to say, okay, well, let's try that on our 5 priorities.
It didn't go so well. And on that note, we had quite we had a great discussion actually, and it was great to have Stella and Dr. Kyle present with us as well too. And absolutely, they kept the brains at the table going. They kept us in line. But one of the things that with each of the goals, each goal reflects a service delivery. And part of the service delivery, we now need to do a better reflection of making the bigger portion of the pie to be government advocacy. Because in order to deliver the services, we need also the supports to deliver those services rather than, as we were looking and talking about where we're receiving funds and not receiving funds, which is a full discussion that takes place across this table. It is recognizing and fully doing more advocacy in order to get the supports that are needed to deliver the services. When we talked about each one of the goals, we did not change from the goals. The only one is that when we talked about the priority of goals, we looked at economic prosperity as being one of the lead goals. And if we are doing well economically, then we're being prosperous. But we also have to recognize that there will be gaps. So it's the haves and have-nots. And in order to have that ability of bringing both economic prosperity in together, and Stella said this well, is that community vitality is a marriage of economic prosperity and social investment. And if we have those two married together, then we will see successes and all the other sticky notes that we have going on. But the emerging issues, and many of the emerging issues do apply to all of the goals, but we also need to hear from the community and from our staff, what are the emerging issues that are actually, like, we may be very close to what the community and staff are thinking, but we could be pretty far off at it. Having done our own strategic plan over in Whitby, it was quite surprising how much we were on the dollar for where we were at. We can't be everything to everybody, but we also need to, and this is, we've heard it all day today, and we've even coming in today, is the demonstration of the truth and to counter the misinformation and disinformation. I think that's going to be one of our biggest hurdles, and I think collectively that's was our conversation, is like, how do we overcome that component of where if it's on Facebook, it must be true. So like this is where, and if we say it, it's not true. But we really need to find a mechanism to be able to give the supports, to be able to have that truth to move forward and to be able to be making those decisions, to be able to help us to move things along and to give that service delivery, to give that support and to be able to fulfill the goals that we have. Because for a lot of it, we get held back because it's where we have the staff, which is the experts, and then we have the political side. It's yes, no, and it is the right thing to do. And which one within there is the easiest thing to do, though. But I went a little bit longer.
Very good. So,
thanks, Mayor Foster.
So I just wanted to open up the floor for a few minutes to see, did that conversation as a whole, when you listen to other groups, did it resonate for you? Do you think that there's some big takeaways? We will gather all the sticky notes that you wrote. We'll copy them and incorporate it into our work. But just like how that sounds like they were really interesting conversations at each table. What do you think about that? Any feedback?
Personally, based upon even the conversations right now and the presentations, I think there's one thing that we may have overlooked, which is the talent base that's within this group of 28. That's number one. And the diversity of the talent. So there's different interpretations to the same task, but I think that what was refreshing for me anyways was to be able to hear the diversity of that. And I don't know if this environment has really created that opportunity to hear that diversity. And I think that really, stands out to me, that it reminds me that there's a lot of skills, abilities, and giftings and talents in this room. And I think I think we needed to be reminded of that.
Yeah, they were amazing conversations. I had fun.
So, we're going to be dealing with a budget. It's going to be a very difficult budget in a short period of time. I think we need to ask ourselves, and we're not going to have, I don't think, the strat plan done. If you look at the survey, there was a significant preference towards transit of the 13. So the problem is it's by no means the majority. But as we move forward, if we view things as strategic initiatives that we need to do, we're also going to have to be prepared to put our hands up and resource those things. So it'll be curious to see how our budget relates to our strat plan. And I don't think it's going to be doable, Mr. Chair, this year, but moving ahead, I'll just plant that thought.
Thank you.
I think the discussion was really interesting to see how we arrived at a conclusion that I think everyone sort of summarized that being, and I know that we sort of keyed in on it, which was economic prosperity. Without it, you can't achieve any of the other goals. Another interesting aspect is numbering the goals and figuring out which one is which, because economic prosperity essentially is number one, but politically, the optics is horrible unless you put the environment and social sort of delivery of service in front of it. Practically, it needs to be there before it. So I think Councillor Kerr indicated through his group and how to essentially satisfy that by not numbering it, by just putting it there. Human nature will tell you, though, whichever box is first is automatically thought of as being the number one goal for the region or the provision of staff services. Again, just realistically, without economic prosperity, none of the other ones happen. So we have to be very careful in making sure that, we strike that balance and make sure that, that becomes a priority so that you can deliver on the rest of them. So that's something that I know that the previous strategic plan struggled with, but not in a way that I think left us wondering what to do. Like, I think the numbering of the previous strategic plan is bang on when you consider both political optics and functionality.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I've been involved in a lot of strategic plans at a lot of different levels, and the ones that are most successful or have been most successful are the ones that aren't hard and fast. When we do, okay, we're making a 5-year plan, and that's our plan, right? You have to be flexible. Things change. In particular, the goals are good, like we have it there, and I think, one relates into the other, and all those issues that we had relate to every one of them on the good and bad side, as Rhonda had said, right? But the next level down, which is the operational level, right, which is what the staff have to do, we have to maintain the flexibility there, because when things change, for example, if we're talking about this is what we're going to do A, B, and C in one of the goals, and next year another pandemic comes out, A, B, and C are out the window, and now we're into D, E, and F, right? And we have to be able to have that flexibility as we're moving along. The other thing is where I think we have some trouble this year when we're talking budget is we get reports that say this fits into the strategic plan here. And we have people here that are pleading with us to do something, and we say, yeah, let's give them $5 million, or let's give them $70 million or something, and we don't look at, is that really our responsibility, because we don't want to say no. There's usually 3 choices that a political party, political person has that they can make when they're making decisions: the correct one, the wrong one, and the political one, right? And usually the political one is the wrong one in many, many cases, because it's about feeling good and it's about saying, geez, what am I going to do about votes in the next thing? And we have to bear that in mind as we move forward with this plan and the reports that come forward that will say we should donate to something here. Back to what Liz had said in our group there is about the advocacy, right? And we do things and we know that the next two levels of government, aren't giving us what we think we do, but instead of poking them in the eye and telling them they're a bunch of a-holes, right? We need to be more advocacy and explaining things. For example, who's responsible for hospitals? The province. But we have to, out of property taxes, pay, and I hate to pick on people, but Uxbridge, 10 million, I think it is, Clarington, 70 million. We shouldn't have to do that out of those taxpayers. But how do we not do it? Because we want to look at the social part of our community, the community vitality. So I think we need to get that advocacy, as Liz had said, going a little bit stronger, whether we'll be successful or not. But I think you get more, more flies with salt than, or with, what is it, sugar than vinegar, right?
And use that example.
Yeah. So I think that's what we are. But the main thing, I think, is the flexibility, especially at the next level down from the goals, that the operational level will have to do when they come back. Staff can come back to us and say, we can't do this unless you give us this much money. And then we have to decide and say, right, how high a priority is it? Let's not do that this year or next year or whatever it is. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, so it's 2:20. I want to give you a few minutes to go and get a coffee, grab another little bit to eat, and then we have a last piece of work to do. And then I'm going to let you go early. I know some of you might have to leave. Yeah. So go get your coffee, come on back, and we'll get back at it right at 2:30. Is that all right? Yep. Okay.
Mr. Chair, some of us have to leave, but just on a personal note, I think this has been a very valuable exercise, and thanks to Helen there, I think it was very good. And I've been to, like I said, I've been to a lot of different sessions. When I say at all levels, the highest level was at the Chief of the Defense Staff. I used to go there every couple of years and decide on the fate of the Canadian Forces, so to speak. This has been a very good session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman, but a big thank you to the staff that prepared it and got us here today. So everybody, 10 minutes, come back to your seat with your coffees and we will continue. So, just to make you aware, we're at 16 members of council in this meeting. 15 is quorum, so please nobody leave, and we will continue. Mr. Clerk, I've counted, so I don't think we need to do a roll call. So.
Thank you. Thank you. And I understand that some people have other obligations, but I hope that you can pass them on to them. That will make as much information available as possible if they want to catch up. Okay, can I move my slides? Not yet. Okay, I'll freelance it. So that was an interesting conversation for us to have. There's a couple of key points that we do need to come to some decisions about the strategic plan, regarding the strategic plan for today. So I want to go through those in a straightforward way, and then we can have a bit more of a conversation about, does that work? Yes. No. He's up there. There we go. Okay, so there is some other input that we need from you. So one of the questions that we asked in the survey that we did, that we really need to get some consensus on, is the timeline for the strategy. So we asked the question, how long should the strategy last for? Should it be 5 years? Should it be 10 years? Should it be shorter? Should it be like the duration of council? Like what is an appropriate timeline for that? And so I'm going to ask Sandra and Andrea, do you want people to actually vote on that? Not everybody is here.
Not necessarily. We don't necessarily need a formal vote, but if there are strong feelings either way, we're happy to hear them. I'll just note that in the past, we have intentionally not aligned the strategic plan to the term of council. That was previous council's desire to have it at least extend 1 year into the next council so that there would be some continuity. I understand some people may have differing opinions. 5 years is what we as staff would recommend, but if there's a strong feeling against that, then certainly we can have that discussion. Otherwise, the intent was to leave it at 5 years, but Mayor Roy?
So if it goes to 5 years, can you clarify when you would start reviewing it?
Yes, so the plan would run 2025 to 2030. So in 2030, we would start preparing for the next plan for 2031.
So that aligns to another election year. So I would highly suggest that we offset with the with our strategic plans, if they could potentially still keep it to the 4 years, but your 4 years that you still align it, that you have some overlap, but not a lot of overlap.
Off the election cycle, yes. Okay, point well taken. Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Yeah, I think my comments are aligned with what Mayor Roy just said. The idea is that you give the incoming council a year to get used to it and see how it applies in the terms and conditions of that term of council. And then after a year like we are now, then they're ready to go. So I would make it 4, but with the 1 year offset. And the first year term of council for staff to prepare it, review it, and bring it back. That's where I would see it. As soon as you get into 5, at one point in time, it's going to end at the end of council or the year before, and then you're beholden the next term of council on your view. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Chair. I think 4 is a bit too short, though. We had some very ambitious kind of strategies that I think kind of take time to develop and then enact and then kind of see through the progress of what we've enacted. I think 4 years reduces that time and forces staff and council to arrive at decisions much faster, which may not be as well thought out. So I think 5 is a bit of a sweet spot, and I agree with the overlap comment. Thank you.
Anybody else? Somebody online?
Sorry.
There's somebody online.
Mayor Stewart? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm not adverse to a longer term kind of along the lines of what Councillor Lee said, and I can't remember who said it earlier this morning. It's a pretty big ship, and sometimes it's a little difficult to get it even starting to turn. And it's amazing, of course, how fast 4 or 5 years fly by. But my question to Helen would be, what other municipalities, what other regions do these longer plans? And yes, I'm not going to agree that you're tying the hands of a future council, because they can always decide to do a new strategic plan themselves. If they get in and decide, look, we know this one runs to 2050, but we're going to redo it. So are there other municipalities, and what's the logic behind them doing it?
I can't off the top of my head name any that are using a much longer term, but what many municipalities and regions are beginning to do is have strategic foresight that goes out longer, like a 20-year view, rather than just a 5 or a 10-year view, but still retain a shorter time frame for the actionable parts of their strategic plan. And so what that does is it gives you foresight, true foresight into what could happen that you may need to continuously reference, and have a review period that happens more intensely as you go along. So you may have a 5-year plan, but with the possibility of some changes along the way, depending on circumstances. So somebody before said, what if we had another pandemic? And it may not happen in the next 5 years, but here's the thing. There is going to be another pandemic, right? So all the research that we do says it probably will happen again. It may not be as big, but you've seen the consequences of that, and it's unpredictable in terms of timing. So you want to have built into the way that you do things the ability to flex. And I think Councillor Mulcahy before talked about the idea of having some kind of resilience built into your strategic plan. So it's not about having the plan last longer, but having the view last longer. And I think that's a really important.
Right. And fair enough. And if it's, council's majority wish to go with a shorter period, I'm fine with that. I just think there is value, like you said, at least, in having some aspect of this going longer, because like I said earlier, and like it was said this morning, the things we have talked about, a lot of them are not going to be turned on a dime, and it is going to take some time. But thank you.
One more point that I could offer, Mayor Schumer, and the region of Peel is one that we have seen incorporate a 10-year strategic plan. But another option is to have, much as Helen's suggesting in terms of that foresight, you have a 10-year plan, but the implementation plan is reviewed on a more regular basis. So you're not redoing your entire strategic plan, but the initiatives and the specific objectives, because the overall goals don't change, but how you're implementing and how you're achieving that plan is reviewed more frequently. That's another option.
In fact, in one of the groups that I was facilitating this afternoon, what they said was that they agreed with the goals, but they wanted to revise the objectives of the goals, right? And so maybe that's part of how you have something longer term, but build in some level of flexibility as well, right?
And if there was some,
go ahead.
If there was some kind of want that the lower tier municipalities would somehow get their plans in line, I mean, that's going to take some time right there, right? So.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Any other comments that people want to make on the timing? No? Okay. I'm going to go back to my slides. So the other question that we asked was about ensuring success. And so we've had quite a lot of conversation about measurement of some type, but some of the things that people talked about in the survey that we did was monitoring and reporting on key performance indicators, which means you need to have those key performance indicators that everybody believes in. and that there be enough public engagement to sort of really assure a level of success, and evaluation plans, and that those performance metrics are developed continuously or definitively. So we know that there is going to be some public engagement. Do you think there needs to be more? Do you want a different way to tackle the KPIs, or is there some other way that you want to figure out a process for ensuring success of the upcoming strategic plan? It's a lot of everybody sort of not sure about that one. Taking it under advisement, maybe that's what you're telling to me. Think about it. Do you think the KPIs are useful?
Yeah, I actually do, because we that was something we established into Whitby's strategic plan as well too. But if I was to prioritize, clearly the direction of the public engagement is number one, and then the KPI and the measurables, the following of that. Our reporting will be on a yearly basis and tied into our budget, that you can actually see as we're moving along what is taking place and how things are moving forward. But even with the evaluation, the review on the yearly basis, some of it we may just come back and say, you know what, we haven't started this, and why? And what is the issue? Should we just put that aside? No different than we did our economic strategy, and there were a few components of it that were pre-community strategic plan and now have fallen off of the economic strategic plan. It's just that evaluation of time and place, because it's not all very, like, we should make it as fluid as possible, but it's that accountability piece that's expected from us as well.
Accountability and transparency. Yeah. So making that information transparent. You tell me.
Thank you, Chair. Question to, I guess, the staff. How much public engagement do we actually get from strategic plans? Like, I'm sure if you ask the public, they would say they are actually, it's important, but in terms of like the actual engagement, them checking in, again, giving feedback, do we actually hear a lot from them, from previous plans?
In the past, thank you for the question. Yes, in the past we have. We've received quite robust feedback in the magnitude of 1,500 to 2,000 responses and various touch points, items of input.
And then from the public point of view then, do we find that a lot of their priorities are very much aligned with what council's priorities are? Or is there a disconnect somewhere that was never really mentioned throughout the day?
Generally speaking, they are aligned, and it's in terms of how you frame it, right? So we always need to, the question came up earlier today, be very conscious of trying to ensure that we're focused on regional responsibilities, because a lot of what will come out in the public are very much local area responsibilities. So when we have the opportunity to have those conversations, which is why I really like the focus groups and the public town halls and those instances where you can actually engage with people and provide that bit of education, because, you know, we will get things like car thefts and speeding on my local roads and things that would not be covered under the regional strategic plan. But we do see a lot of overlap in terms of affordability, addressing homelessness, ensuring social programs are in place, ensuring environmental sustainability. Those are things that typically come out quite high and quite strongly from the public and businesses as well.
Is there one, and sorry for just question, but is there one kind of key thing that wasn't captured that sticks out for you that is still a regional responsibility? Putting you on the spot, I apologize.
No, that's perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything, because again, the goals from the last plan were relatively general. So any of the key items that were coming up from the public, we were able to capture them, capture them under the existing goals. So that's why we really wanted to start that conversation with you to say, you know, you're connected with your constituents. Are there things that you're hearing? Are there sentiments that you're hearing and seeing that are not currently reflected, so that we can ensure that we are gathering feedback on that and testing that when we do the fulsome public engagement starting in March.
Okay, so to answer your question then, I would actually put public engagement probably third, based on the fact that there is already alignment, and I think the public would want to see sort of the evaluation plans and performance metrics before we engage them. They'd want to see where we're at to see if we're aligned still in terms of that. That's just my feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I build on what Sandra just said? So in some of the group conversations that we had before, not everybody identified a specific question that you felt it was important to pursue in the next round of public engagement. We're doing a survey. And is there anything in particular that you want to make sure gets covered in that survey? And so you can, if it's at the top of your mind right now, you can add it. But if not, you can continue and add it and send it to you.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we said at the outset, and Mayor Foster, I see your hand. We said at the outset, we invite this open conversation if there are things that come to mind in the interim. And, you know, I always think about my most brilliant idea 10 minutes after the meeting ends. So if any of you are the same, please feel free to send them in to us. We will be beginning to craft that survey once we've considered all of the input that we've heard from today. So we haven't done it yet. So there's time. And yes, absolutely. If there are things you'd like to see, let us know. Otherwise, we will take all of the input that we've heard so far. And if I can just come back really quickly, Helen, we didn't land on the time frame. And that's okay. Yeah. What we'll do again is look at some best practices, and when we do come back to council, we'll come back with a recommendation for you, and we can revisit at that point.
So Sandra, thank you. My colleagues will agree that I come up with my most brilliant ideas 10 minutes after the meetings as well. Just a question on the surveys, you know, so you can do push polling, you can do surveys, and you can do surveys, whether it's advisable or not, and so it's an open question. You know, can we use the survey as a way of gathering information and perhaps promoting ideas or educating at the same time? I hesitate to use the word doing it more cleanly. Have you put any thought into that?
Of course we have. I really liked the conversation earlier about the amount of skill and expertise and diversity of thought in this room. So maybe you don't know, my previous career before I came to government was public opinion research. So we've thought a lot about the survey. There are absolutely methodological approaches to providing some education within the survey content that in no way leads the respondents. That kind of clarity is very important to us from a research perspective. I will say that we use the surveys as a tool for engagement. They are not, we don't ever purport that they are representative of our population plus or minus 3.5%. That requires going out and ensuring that you have representative samples and doing weighting and ensuring you've got, you know, your proper cross-section. We do this as an open survey, and then what is more targeted are those focus groups where we're really looking to get to some of our harder to reach population that might not complete a survey.
So we're not 10 minutes past the meeting, and that was a brilliant answer, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to, we just have a little bit of time left, so I just wanted to talk quickly about some of the next steps. So we've already talked about one of them. So between now and June, we are going to do public consultation. So the community survey is going to go out in March. And as Sandra said, time still for you to add to that conversation. Another piece of work that we're going to do, so this is our work as consultants to you. So today you talked about your preferred future, and our job is to balance that with possible futures that may be areas that you have to consider as potential opportunities or threats, but different from the ones that you've articulated based on our research. So we'll be developing those scenarios, and then we will use those and the future that you want in tandem to try and understand the most preferred future going forward. So that if there's threats, we want to identify how those might be mitigated by some of the strategic planning. Okay, so it's our job to bring those forward, and we'll share those broadly. Yes?
For clarification then, so if you're going to look at perceived threats, then the strategic plan that we're putting in place has to be a living document, because we'll have to be able to adjust and change during times of conflict or environmental conflict.
Well, that's a really good point. That's why I was saying before that, you know, if you are going to build in resilience, you may want to think about building in reaction to potential threats. So ideally, the main thrust considers that there are potential threats. So I'll just use that same example as I used before. The potential for another major health crisis may not be a pandemic, maybe something else. But is that built into your plan? Even if it doesn't happen in the 5 years of your plan, you have the capacity to think about that within that given amount of time, because it's a recognizable threat. But you may need to build in the ability to be resilient going forward. And that's much of the conversation that we've had today. How do you do that? Right? Is that answered? Yeah. Okay. And then, so we're working with the steering committee and the advisory group, some of whom are here today, to think about not the strategic plan and not even the full list of strategies, but really draft directions based on all the feedback that we've heard, the community feedback and the wide-ranging feedback that we've heard from you. So we can begin to craft that going forward and then bring it back to you for discussion, for confirmation, to see if that's going in the right direction. And so that will happen in June, I believe. And then finally, and report out to council. So those are sort of the major steps of what we're doing, getting ready to go forward. And so we just have about 5 minutes before we end today. I'm just going to open that last little bit of time to see, is there anything else that you want from us? Any comments that you want to make on what we've learned today that you want to make sure that we take forward? So I'll open that floor to anybody who wants to comment. We answered all your questions. That's what you're telling me. No? No comments? Okay. So I just want to say personally that, you know, I haven't met any of you before. I met Councillor Crawford before, but I haven't met most of you before. And so I didn't know what I was coming to. And I have to say how incredibly impressed I am with the quality of the work that you did today. It was very, very high level, really thoughtful, really, you're seeing the region as a system and how the interconnected pieces of the system work together. And there's, I hope, a recognition that that needs to be somehow integrated into the strategic planning that you are doing going forward. So it's really been an honor for me to be here and to help you. And I hope that when we bring work back to you, it feels fulsome and feels like it's something that you can comment on productively. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Helen and Nigel, and to the staff that pulled this together today. Thank you. Great job. Sandra, did you want to end with a comment?
Just very quickly, that we did distribute a new water bottle for you. These, happy dance. These are the pieces that we will be using throughout the public engagement and making them available for people who come and talk to us. I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that we've made a corporate decision to brand our takeaway materials with just the Durham D. So we've got alignment across various initiatives, and we're also reducing waste. So we won't have, strategic plan 2025 water bottles still languishing in closets in 10 years. So please use these proudly, and know that we're looking at all of these kinds of things to make sure that all of our policies and our strategies and our plans align. And with that, I'll give it back to Elaine or Chair Henry for any final concluding remarks, and thank you very much for your time today.
So thank you. To members of council, I want to say thank you for your attention. And as you can see in our council chambers, it's a very different environment than maybe some of the council chambers that you've been in before. So I appreciate your efforts today. Members of council, the last thing that we need to do before we can call it a day is this is a council meeting. So Councillor Cook, I would need, Mr. Clerk, adjournment? I need a motion to adjourn. And Mayor Watton? Seconded by Mayor Watton. On adjournment, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, I wish you all a wonderful day and thank you.